Check one, test one, check.
The presentations here.
Yeah.
If you like to use this one also, you can use.
Yeah. There's, I'm good sharing, but the first presenter is the gentleman over there.
Yeah, okay.
But I can help him out.
Yeah, chair here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's good.
Mike, the use chairing here. Yeah.
Yeah. Test. Yeah. That's perfect. Thanks. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the second day of the International Aviation Management Conference. I hope you had a good night. I hope you enjoyed yesterday's lovely gala dinner. Today, we're going to start off the day with a technical session. That means we will have 3 presentations, technical papers. For those 3 presentations, 2 of them will be here face-to-face. The third and last paper will be a colleague joining us online. For any of the presentations, as my colleague Dorian yesterday mentioned, please think of the hardest questions you can ask. I'll also accept any easy questions that you may ask. It's all good. First off, I would like to invite Professor Caetano Dube of Vaal University of Technology in South Africa to present his work on challenges and opportunities emerging in the recovery of the aviation sector from the COVID-19 pandemic. Professor Dube, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Wilma. All right, I'm going to present on a title, Challenges and Opportunities Emerging in the Recovery of the Aviation Sector from COVID-19 Pandemic. Just as a word of introduction, so the travel and tourism industry, and particularly the aviation sector, is susceptible to challenges that often face the world, which have got implications particularly on its operations, profitability, and also profitability. COVID-19, as we know, had a disruptive impact on global economies, and the travel and tourism industry was affected, leaving the aviation industry quite particularly vulnerable. Apart from the September 11 bombing, COVID-19 presented a significant challenge, particularly to the aviation sector, and most of the impact was caused by closure of borders as a result of the restrictions that were put in place to try and ameliorate the spread of the disease. With airports closed, international travel was severely curtailed, which resulted in financial losses at airports, airlines, and also aeronautical services and air navigation companies were severely impacted. As a result of the closures, job losses at the height of the pandemic were the order of the day, and most aviation companies responded to this by retiring some of the old aircraft to try and bring in new aircraft as a way of remedying and also trying to spruce up and curtail the costs. The airline stocks plunged, and there was increased pace out rollout of automation as a response strategy to the impact of the pandemic. We also realized that there were increased costs on health and safety expenditure by several airlines and also airports. As a consequence of these changes of COVID-19, travel behavior was also altered. As a consequence, the COVID-19 impact had implications for also the recovery, and disruptions meant that the recovery was to happen under a transformed sector. So many changes were brought in by the impact of the COVID-19. This study is aimed at identifying challenges of the sector's recovery process from COVID-19 and also identify possible opportunities from the recovery process. The study also looks at the entire global aviation sector so as to understand the recovery in various parts of the world and identify trends that are emerging from that recovery process. The methodology, given the scope of the study, which looked at basically by and large the global extent, we relied particularly on archival data. All of us would be aware that the travel and tourism industry and also the aviation sector produces a lot of data that we can actually analyze to make meaning and also to derive some trends. So the data that we are going to use here is derived from Flightradar 24, Aviation Aware, Eurocontrol, Airlines of America, IATA, and other authoritative sources. The results. So the first results shows us the impact of the COVID-19 from the onset, which shows a significant impact, particularly in 2019. And you can see that if we compare those particular trends, it's clear that the recovery process on the line that is in green, it has not reached the level that we sort of saw, particularly in 2019. So this is where the aviation sector was in 2019, and in 2022, this is where we are. So we still haven't fully recovered. So if we take a regional outlook, this presents findings on the major aviation regions. You can see also if you look at Africa, and you can see that the Asia Pacific is still trailing behind. And particularly, this is because of the policies that China has adopted, which has particularly affected this. And you can see that there's still a significant lag. Right. Also, if we look at the sector from a market segment perspective, you realize that various segments of the aviation is recovered differently. And this have got also implications on the sector and on the viability and sustainability of those market segments. You can see there, if you look at the cargo was largely unaffected as in comparison to other sectors in terms of their performance, and remained quite strong, particularly even at the height of the pandemic, given a lot of goods needed to be moved in between countries, actually showing a strong performance. If you look at particularly in December 2021 and 2020, and also December 2021. But there's also an interesting development where the business segment, these are private charters, are performing quite strong soon after the easing of the harsh lockdowns that were effected in March 2020. And this is particularly maybe due to the reason that most people required that physical distancing to travel in a manner that allowed them to feel safe. Regional airlines still also below. So this is where we are in terms of our development, and you can see that the low-cost airlines have recovered quite significantly as compared to other scheduled airlines. So what are some of the challenges that we are seeing from this recovery? If you look at the Eurocontrol data, it actually demonstrates that we have got quite a couple of challenges that are affecting the aviation sector as it tries to emerge from the COVID-19. And one of the issues that are actually emerging there is the issues to do with capacity and staffing, particularly in the Eurozone, where a lot of strikes have been occurring, and also there's been also issues of labor shortages, as most of the people left the industry at the height of the pandemic altogether. But also we see weather-related challenges that are also causing a lot of disruption. This affects the viability and also sustainability of the sector. Apart from that, the recovery process has largely been affected also by inflationary pressures that we have seen as the economy tries to emerge from the COVID-19. And this also had ripple effects in terms of operational profits of various airlines and also aviation companies. The inflation in 2019, January 2019, was somewhere here, and you can see where it is as of April 2022. And this actually becomes one of the significant challenges that the aviation is faced with. We also, in relation to that, we have also seen record high costs in terms of fuel, with implications for operational costs for aviation industry in general. Apart from that, as the sector also tries to recover, the COVID-19 pandemic resulted in carbon emissions reductions, and also this talks to the aviation sector, as there were very few airlines that, that were operating at that particular time. And one of the critical issues that as the sector emerges is that there is need for the sector to try and manage its carbon risk so as to remain in compliant with with Sustainable Development Goal agenda, particularly SDG 13, and also what the sector seeks to achieve in terms of sustainability. Conclusions and recommendations. Aviation remains a critical aspect of the global economic recovery. Hence, there is need for us to ensure that it's operating optimally to the benefit of the world. Its efficient performance is critical to the development. There is need to foster and increase innovation that will foster resilience and in moving forward, and to try and learn from the lessons that we have learned during the COVID-19, this is what the customers also expect. There's also need for strategic leadership that is critical to continue development of the sector going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Dube. The floor is open for questions. At the back, please.
Morning.
Good morning.
I have two questions for you.
Yes.
So when you mean by aviation industry has recovered, do you mean that the number of passengers has started increasing, or do you mean by the airlines that are still in the game, like from pre-COVID, they're still there after COVID? And my second question is, personally, do you think the aviation industry is actually recovered from the pandemic?
Sorry, I didn't.
My second question is, do you think the aviation industry has actually recovered from pandemic, or is there still a lot of room for development?
Okay. So in terms of what is recovered, I think we have seen a pent-up demand in terms of tourist arrivals. So this differs from region to region. In some regions, you realize that the actual traffic in terms of passenger traffic is significantly improved, and in some areas it actually surpassed the 2019 figures. I think if you look at the aviation market, particularly in the USA and in Northern America, the demand for air travel has been quite higher. It has been actually higher than what is expected. And we have also seen, I think, even if you look at the London and Britain, I think he made a presentation of some of the challenges that they are also experiencing in terms of that pent-up demand.
Okay, and do you, from your view, do you think the aviation industry has actually recovered from the pandemic?
To a large extent, the sector has indeed recovered from the COVID-19 impact. Although I think you can then try to look at it from a profitability perspective. If we fully recovered, this differs also from one airline to the other, and also from, I think, from what we have seen, from one segment of the sector to the other. So there is no broad answer that will answer that. Particularly, you need then to look at one, the market. Which market are you talking about? Are you looking at the African market? Are you looking at the Asian market? Are you looking at Emirates as an airline? Are you looking at Qantas, for example? So that also differs from one airline, depending, because different airlines adopted different strategies in terms of their recovery. And we have seen some aggressive movements, particularly from even Emirates penetrating some of the new routes and opening up new routes where it has never been to. So some have recovered, some are still to recover, and some will take longer to recover.
All right, thank you.
Pleasure.
Thank you. We have room for one or two more questions.
Hi, good morning. I just want to get my head around why is Europe so short of staff? I mean, everywhere we hear that they're short of staff and
Yes.
the staffing issues and things like the Heathrow incident which happened recently. If you could just let us know why that has happened. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a beautiful question. I think with regards to staffing challenges, so this is what happened. When COVID-19 hit us, and one of the strategies that were adopted by different aviation companies was to follow some of the staff. Some staff were retrenched. And we also know that a lot of some of the staff also died from COVID-19. So it's a complex situation. And as a result, when the recovery process occurred, some of the staff that were operating within the aviation space, they went and looked for jobs elsewhere. And when the sector recovered, they did not come back to the sector. So it's a multiple of factors that is resulting from staff shortage. And there are also issues to do with the pay rates and working conditions within the tourism and also the aviation sector, which does not sometimes allow people to have some time with their families. And most people now want to spend a bit more time with their families. So it's a multiple of factors that have resulted in the sector facing challenges with regards to staffing.
Picking up on the last question,
Yes.
one of the issues, certainly pre-COVID in this area, was the adoption by airlines and airports of an outsourced staffing model. So very small central core group of staff working for the airline or airport, and then the rest being external providers. And as we saw in the presentation yesterday about the food production, that the first thing that got laid off, the first thing that we got rid of was the external contractors. And then it dug into the core. So one of the problems with ramping up again and getting back to kind of full service has been, once the staff are gone, you can't get them back again.
Yeah, true.
So do you think that from kind of here on, there is more likely to be a more conservative staffing model in this industry, or are we just going to go back to the old days of looking for the cheapest option?
Okay, interesting. But I think you have tackled, I think, the first aspect. With regards to whether I think different airlines will adopt different strategies. I think there are lessons. I think one of the recommendations that we're giving to airlines, or the aviation sector in particular, is to take an innovative approach in terms of the recovery process, so that you then build that resilient. And part of that resilience building, talk to the working conditions and how we handle our staffs. That particularly has to change, so that we address some of the concerns that are facing the staff that are in the aviation sector. Thank you.
Question at the back.
Sorry, just one more question, please.
Yes.
Do you think staff stress levels and stress tolerance has had something to do with them not coming back to the aviation industry?
Indeed, yes. So there's been a lot of talk about mental wellness, and part of, we have also seen, I think if you look at global, when you talk HR, I'm not an expert in HR, but what I've seen is that there's a lot of talk about work-life balance, and the aviation sector does not provide in a lot of ways that work-life balance. And a lot of people then are looking for sectors that accommodate this. But we have also seen a lot of burnout as a result of COVID-19. There's been a lot of stress, and people have been stressed. So I think people are looking for opportunities where they can spend a bit more time with their families, and where they can have their psychological or mind wellness catered for.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I had one question of my own, but I'll save it for a direct conversation. It was relative to automation, but given the time, I'd like to move to the next presenter. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For our next presentation, I'd like to invite Dr. Anil Padra from the University of West London in the UK to present his work on the impacts of climate change on aircraft noise near airports. Dr. Padra, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Wim. Thank you very much. Hopefully, can everyone hear me at the back? Yes? Okay, thank you. First of all, I just like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me to the conference and to present. And I think also those of us that attended the gala dinner yesterday as well, it was a fantastic event as well. So thank you very much to the sponsors and to the organizing committee for organizing that. My name is Dr. Anil Padra. I think I've tried to speak to quite a few of you yesterday and today. I'm an associate professor in sustainable aviation at the University of West London in the UK. So what I'd like to do today is just talk a little bit about the impacts of climate change on aircraft noise near airports. But in fact, what I'm going to do, first of all, is try and convince you that this is an issue that we need to think about. And actually, it's received very little research attention over the last few years compared to the impacts of aviation on climate change. And I'll come back to that in a little bit more detail. The work here actually comes from a formation of a collaboration between a few colleagues a few years back. We got together, or I got together with Spiros Rapsomanikis in Greece, in Athens. Guy Grattan, who is my equivalent, if you like, an associate professor in sustainable aviation at Cranfield University, and Professor Paul Williams, who is a world expert in atmospheric turbulence and has written quite a few papers in atmospheric science and physics-related stuff. So the content of the presentation is in four parts, really. The first, what I'd like to do is introduce some of the climate impacts, risks, and opportunities due to climate change for aviation. Secondly, I'll look at the very specific case of climate change at Greek airports, and then look at the impacts of aircraft takeoff performance and noise. And often when we think about climate change, we think about something that's going to happen in the future, maybe over the next 10, 15, 20 years. And what I also want to do is show you some data that shows that actually climate change is impacting us now, and has been for the past 2 or 3 decades at least. And then I'll look at some of the further research that can be done around this and some of the challenges. So I quite like this little table over here. Apologies that the writing is a little bit small. I couldn't quite fit it all on one slide, but this is a table that shows some of the climate impacts that will impact aviation, is impacting aviation now or will continue to impact aviation in the future. And it's from Rachel Burbidge at Eurocontrol, who is one of the few people who has been researching this over the last few years. And I'll try and summarize, so I won't go through all the points, but if you just do a simple Google Scholar search on aviation and the impact on climate change, there's probably about 700 or so papers that look at, the impact of carbon dioxide and nitrogen dioxide, and maybe the impact of contrails and so on the climate. But if you do the same search and you try and look at it the other way around, which is to look at the impact of climate change on aviation, okay, then there's only probably about 20 or 25 papers in the field out there, and quite a lot of it is summarized here in this table. So I'll start off with the one that's at the top, which is looking at precipitation change. What we expect, I think all of us probably recognize the obvious impacts of climate change, which is increases in temperature in the troposphere, which is the lowest part of the atmosphere. But that is likely to mean that our atmosphere can probably hold a little bit more water vapor and moisture because of warmer temperatures. And if you look at it on a scale of probably a few days, if you pump about a ton extra of water vapor into the atmosphere, then it will basically precipitate out of the atmosphere within a period of a day or two, maybe even a few hours. That precipitation is likely to be quite extreme. So we expect, according to the climate change models and the information and the expertise of climate scientists, that you will get torrential downpours, you will get extreme precipitation, mostly rain, and of course this is very much dependent on geographical location and the time of year. But that extreme rainfall is possibly likely to increase the risk of flooding. Many airports around the world probably don't have a good drainage system to try and drain that rain away. And therefore you're likely to get inundation of the infrastructure. The system capacity is likely to come down. Ground transport access for passengers and for cargo is likely to be impacted. And what you'll see on the right-hand side here is the key, which looks at all the different stakeholders that are likely to be impacted in terms of the operation. So clearly, aircraft operators and airlines will think about this from a flight safety perspective. You've got airport operators, which are the obvious and direct entity that's impacted. And then you've got air navigation service providers or air traffic controllers and other external parties here. What we expect with an increase in temperature is that aircraft performance is likely to be degraded, and I'll come back to some evidence of that in a short while. Some of you may remember, I think it was August 2017, where in Phoenix in Arizona, the temperature hit about 120 degrees Fahrenheit, which is about 50 degrees Celsius. And many aircraft were grounded because the operating temperature or the actual atmospheric temperature was way above the operating temperature of the aircraft. And that caused cancellations of flights and so on. So that, if you like, is a very direct evidence of climate change and in particular temperature change. We also expect that because of takeoff performance being impacted, aircraft will climb shallower and therefore they'll be closer to the ground. If aircraft are closer to the ground, then you're probably going to get higher levels of noise on the ground, and I'll again show you some evidence of that in a short while. Probably quite important to airports is the damage that will take place to runway surfaces, to taxiway surfaces because of higher temperatures. And of course, you know, airports, if you like, are mini towns or cities, so they have all the other infrastructure that towns and cities have, and that infrastructure, some of it is temperature sensitive and dependent, so it may also be impacted as well. Now, there's about probably 200 airports around the world which are of substantial size and close to the coast. And one of the impacts of climate change is sea level rise. And there has been a study out there that's looked at coastal airports and identified that there is at least about 20 or 30 airports that are directly going to be impacted by an increase in sea level rise, and that's going to have an impact on airport capacity. You know, the amount of money that will have to be spent to try and build sea defense walls is going to impact the industry in terms of its financial sustainability. Wind changes, particularly at cruise altitudes, are likely to either increase or decrease flight times. There was a study a few years back that looked at the traffic over across the North Atlantic region and showed that what you will find is that changes to the jet stream in the mid-latitudes will increase your flight time when you look at it from east to west and then west to east as well. Another impact that is not mentioned on here, and it's probably because it's a relatively newly identified impact, is that although we associate climate change with an increase in temperature, there are parts of the world and parts of the atmosphere which are actually cooling down because of climate change. And in particular, there is evidence from observed data that the stratosphere, the upper troposphere, lower stratosphere in the North Atlantic region has been cooling for the past 30 odd years. Now, some of my aero engineering friends will note that aircraft tend to cruise at constant Mach number, and Mach number is directly related to the temperature of the atmosphere. And so if the temperature cools, the true airspeed of the aircraft slows down as well, which means that flight times increase. And if you, a simple back of the envelope calculation will show that flight times across the Atlantic will increase by about 2 minutes. Doesn't sound like a lot, but when you accumulate that across all the flights that take place on a daily basis across the year, then the flight time begins to increase. And when flight time begins to increase, your risk of flight delays increases as well. And also you end up burning more carbon dioxide, burning more fuel and then emitting more carbon dioxide and greenhouse emissions. And then secondly, or finally, if you like, is the extreme events. Some of those extreme events will include thunderstorm activity. You might get higher cases of lightning, for example, and obviously that has an impact on flight safety, etc. So we expect that pretty much all aspects, all stakeholders within aviation will be impacted by climate change in the future. Now, there are obviously wider impacts on the tourism sector, not just aviation. But there are likely to be changes to travel patterns caused by weather risks. In the top right-hand corner, I have a diagram of the monthly percentage share of foreign tourist arrivals into India throughout the year. And the average, if you like, is around about 7 or 8% per month. But you will note that in the months of May, June, July, and August, those numbers are lower, and that's primarily due to the monsoon season in that part of the world. And the studies out there show that the monsoon season will get much more severe, it will get much more wetter, precipitation will be much more extreme, and it's possible that the monsoon season will last a little bit longer than it has in the past. And so that will naturally have an impact. It may push passengers towards the winter season and reduce passengers in the summer monsoon season when it's much more difficult to move around the country. Venice also in the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that it's often, well, it's always flooded, but it's probably at greater risk of being flooded due to high levels of sea and so on. There is something called last chance tourism, which is where there is an increase in demand at the moment from tourists hoping to go to these places because it might be their last opportunity to see certain things. So, for example, the Great Barrier Reef in Australia. We expect, or we are beginning to experience at the moment, shorter ski seasons in Europe and concentrated peak demand during the January-February months. It's possible that travel disruption will be impacted, both in terms of air transport and surface transport. And we've seen also in the last few years extreme cases of forest fires and wildfires in parts of California, for example, which will have an impact on tourism as well. Now, some of these things it's possible that they could be positive impacts. Okay, so we have to be careful here. Not every region in the world can be generalized. There might be some parts of the world where climate has a positive impact on maybe tourism demand and other things as well. So that again is an area that needs a bit more research. Now, as part of this study, what we did is we looked at the climate data from the period of 1955 through to 2017. We were able to get some really good observed data from Greece. In fact, we looked at 10 islands in Greece listed there on the left-hand side. And we looked at what we call the mean daily minimum temperature, which climate scientists have often cited as being a good indicator of climate change as a metric to look at, and also the mean absolute wind speed. And what we were really interested in is looking at the impact on takeoff performance at these airports, particularly because in Greece, you've got runways that are quite limited on certain islands in terms of their length, which means that on a really warm day, the aircraft will struggle legally to depart, and therefore the only real opportunity to get the aircraft out of the airfield is to reduce the weight of the aircraft. And generally, when you think about commercial aviation, the way airlines will prioritize weight reduction is, first of all, getting cargo off the aircraft. Well, many of the airlines that operate into these airfields are low-cost carriers, and they generally don't carry a lot of cargo. So then the next method of weight reduction is to try and take payload in terms of passengers off the aircraft, and that obviously has a commercial impact. So we wanted to look at the impact of that. This is just an example of 6 airports in Greece where the temperature, each of those dots represents the mean daily temperature averaged for that particular year. And in each of these cases, you will know that the trend is upwards. So since 1955, the average temperature has increased from around about 12 degrees Celsius in the mid-1960s, if you like, up until about 16 degrees Celsius in the top left-hand corner at Soda. What I want to focus on is the middle left-hand image there, which is on the island of Chios, where the average temperature has very much been upwards from about 12 degrees Celsius to about 16 degrees Celsius in that 20, 30, 40-year period. And if you look at the same data, but this time for the mean wind, you will see on the island of Chios, not everywhere, I must stress, but in the island of Chios, we've seen the impacts of what we call global dimming. Sorry, not global dimming, global stilling. Global stilling is this idea that average wind at surface level has been reducing due to climate change, and it's much more pronounced in certain parts of the world compared to others. And in Chios, you see that the average wind has decreased from around 16 knots in the mid-1970s down to around about 6 knots. And that has a significant impact on aircraft takeoff performance. Now, again, this will resonate probably a bit better with my aerospace engineering colleagues here, but I'm not a big fan of putting formulas and equations on these types of presentations, but I thought this one was quite interesting to put up. It's simply Newton's second law, which looks at force and mass and acceleration. And if you rearrange the formulas or the different terms, you can essentially look at the acceleration of the aircraft during the takeoff run. And we looked at this for the Airbus A320 aircraft. And so if you take a typical takeoff, the aircraft receives clearance from air traffic controllers. The brakes are released. The aircraft accelerates on the ground for probably a couple of thousand meters, and then rotates and then climbs at probably an angle of about 10, 15 degrees until it gets to 35 feet, which is the legal definition of the end of the takeoff run there. And so we use the formula here in the top right-hand corner to try and look at the takeoff distance, simple dynamics, and then calibrated or compared the figures that we got from the model with actual published data from Airbus for zero wind conditions. And you can see that the model works rather well. You can see the percentage difference in the manufacturer value for the regulated takeoff distance and the model-derived value. So we're fairly convinced that we were being able to pick up what manufacturers were picking up in their flight tests. This is the island of Chios. It's a single runway. It's about 1,500 meters in length, the runway. And what we found is that in the period from the mid-1970s up until about 2017, that the takeoff weight would have to have been reduced by about 132 kilograms per year, which is the equivalent of about 2 passengers to ensure that the aircraft could get off the ground legally. And that's roughly about nearly 4 tons of payload having to be reduced off the aircraft since the Airbus A320 came into service in the late 1980s. So it's a significant concern. Many airlines probably haven't realized that this has had an impact on their operations. And Chios and the islands in Greece are by no means the only airports in the world that are impacted by this. There are many other airports as well. In fact, we looked at some data, METAR data, so this is actual observed data from airports across Europe. We looked at, I think, the top 50 airports in Europe in terms of how busy they are. And there's a few airports, particularly in Northern Europe and in Scandinavia, where the temperatures have increased and wind speed has decreased significantly, that it's worth looking at the takeoff performance. Now, takeoff performance also has an impact on noise, as I mentioned earlier. So aircraft noise is a particular concern, simply the fact that many airports are built in urban areas, and around urban areas you have communities and schools and hospitals and so on and so forth. And there is studies out there that show that cognitive development in children has been impaired due to aircraft noise, that there's an increased risk of stroke and coronary heart disease and cardiovascular disease due to exposure to aircraft noise. So we kind of ran on the hypothesis that for aircraft operations, the adverse effects of climate change, such as warmer temperatures and calmer winds, would result in reduced climb performance. So the aircraft climbs out shallower from the airport. And as it does so, then many airports, in fact, in Europe in particular, now have microphones dotted around the airfield which pick up noise data. And by looking at the frequency of the noise that is being sensed, you can pick it up as to whether it's road traffic or whether it's aircraft noise and from aircraft engines. And that data is actually available publicly at certain airports as well. So if you're interested, it's worth having a look. But the idea was that if the aircraft are climbing out at a shallower angle, then those aircraft are closer to the ground. If they're closer to the ground, particularly at departure, then you're going to get higher levels of aircraft noise. So we were kindly offered the use of Eurocontrol's impact noise assessment model. The way the model works is it takes Eurocontrol's BADA aircraft performance data, it calculates the trajectory of an aircraft during departure based on certain conditions, including meteorological conditions, and then it overlays, based on the trajectory of the aircraft, some contours on the ground in terms of noise. And in particular, for this study, we looked at the 50 decibel, the 55, and the 60 decibel noise contour. And the other great thing about the impact model that Eurocontrol have is that it incorporates the European population database. So you can actually then also look at the numbers of people exposed to noise based on different conditions for different runways and so on. And we took the standard metric that is used quite widely, which is the LDN noise metric, which is a European standard noise descriptor. And what it does is it looks at it kind of measures the noise, and then it adds a noise penalty of 5 decibels in the early morning, and then 10 decibels late in the evening. So it kind of gives you a measure of the noise impact throughout the day. And we also looked at 2 different noise departure procedures, NADP1, NADP2. Those of you that are familiar with these terms will note that NADP1 tries to reduce the impact of noise close to the airport, and NADP2, these are ICAO standards, by the way, tries to reduce the noise a little bit further out from the airport, and it does this because it's the way aircraft are operated by pilots in terms of the climb out departure. So we looked at both, and apologies again, this is quite a busy slide with lots of numbers on there, but I'll try and summarize what's going on. At the bottom left-hand corner, you can see the noise contours for Chios Airport, runway 01. Note that most of the departure is out over the coast, okay, so it doesn't fully reflect a typical urban airport. But we looked at, on the left-hand side, an Airbus A320 departure, and on the right-hand side, a Boeing 737-800 departure, 2 very common aircraft that are used at Chios Airport. And you can see that the noise contours for the 737-800 are much larger than they are for the A320. And then when we looked at the different weather conditions, so the mean minimum temperature for the various years and the mean headwind component, we noted that there's about a 5% increase in the 50, 60, and 65 decibel noise contour area. Okay, so the actual area that the noise contour encompasses is increased by about 5 or 10%. About 5 to 6%. But the actual numbers of people impacted for that departure is around about 10 to 12% more. Okay, so there's more people impacted by noise and more people impacted at higher noise levels than they would have when the aircrafts first came into service in the mid-1980s. And we think that this is also likely to be a case at Amsterdam Schiphol and also at Paris Orly airports, which have runways that are very much aligned and close to residential areas. So in conclusion then, what I'd like as a kind of a takeaway message from this presentation is that we have to be aware, we have to acknowledge that climate change is already having an adverse impact on aviation. We've already seen that, for example, in Phoenix a few years back. And there are many other climate impacts that we may not even be aware of. One hypothesis that I heard the other day is that bird migration patterns may be changing due to climate change, and therefore at certain airports the risk of bird strikes will be greater. And also, when you look at the other climate impacts as well, the feedback loops, it's likely that the conditions in the atmosphere that cause contrails, which are quite bad for the climate, particularly nighttime contrails, the frequency of contrails may be increasing due to climate change. Absolutely no research has been done about this sort of stuff previously. So the operational risk assessments that need to be carried out by airlines, airports, air traffic controllers is going to be incredibly important. I think airlines and ANSPs and airports will certainly need to start planning and adapting to our changing climate, and that needs to happen right now. And there are probably other transport modes and the tourism industry that need to carry out similar climate assessments to try and understand the risks of climate. Okay, so it's also, this presentation is a call for anybody who wants to kind of collaborate on research, because This is very much in the infancy stage of research. There's not a lot that is out there, and there's pockets of research groups out there that are doing a little bit of work on this. But if anybody else is interested in trying to accelerate this research, and I think it's incredibly important, then please feel free to reach out. And finally, I just wanted to finish on some references, a couple of papers that I've written or co-authored, and also a really good place to start if you're thinking about reading about on this topic is Tim Riley's work. Tim Riley, I think, is at Griffith University in Brisbane, and he wrote a literature review on the climate change influences on aviation. So it's the reference second from bottom there. And I'll finish there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Madeira. The floor is open for questions. We have time for a few. At the back.
Morning. I have three questions for you. So the first question is, do you think regulatory authorities such as FAA, EASA, even GCA should impose a law saying that you guys need to avoid contrails and you guys need to make sure that you have a constant or a steady descent when you're approaching an airport? And my second question is, we know that aircraft manufacturers are working towards a high-speed aircrafts. So having an ultra bypass and a SAF, do you think it's going to reduce climate change? And the third question is, how much renewable energy in aviation do we need to stop climate change?
Sorry, what was the last question there? Sorry.
How much renewable energy do we need to stop climate change?
Okay, so I'll start on the first question, which is on the regulatory bodies. In fact, when we published this research, we were contacted by the European Union Aviation Safety Agency in Cologne, EASA, who are beginning to think about creating some sort of safety recommendation. Informed information to airlines and airports out there. Your second question, I think, was on
High-speed
SAFs.
flights. So like manufacturers are working towards supersonic flights to reach the destination faster. So do you think having an ultra bypass engine as well as having a SAF fuel engines, do you think it's going to help improve the climate change, make the climate better for?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think ultra high bypass engines obviously are much more fuel efficient and they reduce noise. You could argue that maybe that was, or the design associated with ultra high bypass engines was the reason we have 737 MAX issues, which is a different topic. But ultimately what we find is that these improvements in engines will probably reduce fuel burn and climate impact by 10, 15, 20%. You have to appreciate that many airlines, airports, and industry authorities have set a target to become net carbon neutral, if you like, or climate neutral by the time we get to 2050. Now, 2050 is only about 26, 27, 28 years away, so it's not long to go. I don't think we are going to see a massive step change in aircraft technology that will take us down there. So it's a combination of things. SAFs seems to be what the industry wants to go towards because it's a drop in fuel. If you talk to Boeing and Airbus, they will say SAFs is the best thing ever, because it means that they don't have to change their aircraft that much. But you have to also appreciate with SAFs that the amount of carbon dioxide that is released at the back of the engine is pretty much exactly the same as it is for conventional fuel. okay, you might get a little bit less in terms of soot and aerosols, which might reduce your contrails, but it's not going to have a significant impact on the climate. And also appreciate the fact that if you put an extra ton of methane into the atmosphere, it will probably stick around for about a decade, maybe 12 years. If you put an extra ton of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, its impacts will be felt for about 1,000 years. So you now put SAFs into your engines and the carbon dioxide emissions remain pretty much the same, then I think you're going to not create a massive step change in reducing the climate impact. And then I think you had a third question, which if you could just remind me.
It is about how much renewable energy do we need in aviation industry to stop climate change?
Okay, well, I'll let you debate whether or not nuclear powers are renewable energy or not. We did a study in which we looked at just the United Kingdom airports and looked at the scenario where every single aircraft operation was now switched over to hydrogen power. Hydrogen doesn't produce any carbon dioxide emissions. It does produce water vapor, and I think also, not many of us may be aware of this, but it does produce also nitrogen dioxide, which is a greenhouse gas and has an impact on the ozone and so on. You would have to build 2 nuclear power stations for each airport to be able to convert water or methane into hydrogen. It's not feasible. It's not going to happen. So your next reliance is really then on solar power and wind turbines. And again, if you factor into account the fact that we are moving to more electrical devices, our cars and our lorries and our buses are becoming electrified, if you like. The amount of demand for electricity will be so much just from ground transport that I don't think that there will be enough for aviation. So I think that we do need to start looking
Approach, or do you think there's going to be something other alternative sources that can help as climate change or sustainable aviation happen?
Well, look, I think sustainable aviation is not just about aircraft operations. It's about airport infrastructure. It's about energy in terminal buildings. It's about surface access to airports for both passengers and cargo and so on. My gut feeling is that electrification, lithium batteries, etc., is going to work perfectly well for ground transport, ground service vehicles, fueling trucks and that sort of stuff. I think when we try to look at aircraft operations, even if it's at a regional scale, I think hydrogen is probably the best way forward. And hydrogen technology is not new. NASA have been using hydrogen to power rockets into space since the 1960s. They have incredible amount of expertise about how to store hydrogen and produce it in large volumes and so on. So I think we need to learn from those organizations. But I think that renewable electrical energy will play a part in aviation, but maybe not in aircraft operations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. With an eye on the time, I have to close it off there. Thank you very much, Dr. Padra, for answering our questions. We have a third presentation, an online presenter, Dr. Nicholas Burdell. Do we have him online? He's online. Very good. Dr. Nick Burdell from RMIT University, one of my colleagues, senior lecturer there. And he'll be presenting his work on quantifying the impact of COVID-19 on domestic aviation in the USA from 2020 to 2021. We go to Teams.
at Emirates University in Melbourne, Australia. I'd like to introduce my co-authors, Xinyi Jian, Guilin Zhou, Jingyi Yu, and Shikan Liu, who are graduate students on exchange from Nanjing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics in China. Our joint paper is called Quantifying the Impact of COVID-19 on Domestic Aviation in the USA from 2020 to 2021. We're all painfully aware of the impact the COVID-19 pandemic has wrought on businesses and individuals worldwide. Its spread at the start of 2020 impacted international and domestic aviation more than any other industry, largely due to the introduction of various disease mitigation measures. Sadly, signs like this of grounded aircraft were at the forefront of breaking news throughout 2020. So this motivated us to see if we could quantify just how badly impacted the aviation industry had been. To do this, we needed access to real operational data, and unfortunately, none of this is publicly available from China, Europe, or the Middle East. Hence, our study is limited to US domestic aviation, given the abundance of free data that is available from the US Bureau of Transportation Statistics. The significance of this work is quite simple. Once the magnitude of the losses can be quantified, this then provides a solid baseline against which a robust emergency management plan can be prepared to ensure domestic aviation businesses can continue to operate should another such pandemic eventuate. The work reported here is the first comprehensive assessment and prediction of the losses incurred in the US domestic passenger and cargo markets. This picture, for example, shows how airlines try to operate with every little seat empty as a direct result of COVID seat separation policies. This had a major impact on airlines' profitability, and of course, their passenger load factors suffered significantly. In addition, we can also quantify the perhaps unexpected gains that were made in the US domestic air cargo market. I'll now explain our methodology. We decided to extrapolate the trends in the stable data that is available going all the way back from 2011 to 2019 to give a projected monthly estimate for both 2020 and 2021. This, of course, is under the assumption of normal growth and performance and the absence of COVID-19. So this is going to provide the baseline against which the corresponding actual data can be compared. So we pick the 8 key metrics shown here in Table 1. These capture the most significant measures of passenger and air cargo travel. And concerning the forecasting method, whilst there are many different methods out there to choose from, we picked something simple, a seasonal naive model, and we accounted for the data drift using simple linear regression. And I'll now try and explain exactly how we did this. So we'll use domestic passenger numbers as an example. So first of all, we gathered the total numbers of domestic passengers who flew within the USA in each month of each year from 2011 through to 2019. So that's an awful lot of data. And the right bar chart that I'm showing you here just shows the passenger numbers in March of every year. And of course, we can represent this with some data points as shown. Then we conservatively place a linear regression line through this data and extrapolate it to give a new point for March 2020. Then, using this new point with all the others, we extrapolated again to get another new line, a new linear regression estimate line through the extended data, and extrapolate once more to take us to March 2021. So here we have the dots, and you can see the conservative nature here. You might expect these to be following planets in a curved fashion up a little better, but we err on the side of conservatism. Now this is for March, and then we did the same process for April, May, June, July, August, and so forth, until we have a very well-defined estimate of what the passenger numbers would have looked like in 2020 and 2021. And you'll see here the red line is our estimate, the black line is the actual, and there's quite a departure between the two, obviously. But you will see how our method has provided great resolution and captured all the seasonality trends that we noted all the previous years from 2011. Now, if we zoom in on this region here between 2020 and 2021, and we actually got the number of travelling domestic passengers in blank, so this is the actual number of passengers, and then we compare these against our estimated numbers, shown here in red, then the difference between these two areas, shown here shaded in grey, it will give us a loss in passenger numbers. In this case, over 750 million. So it's a very, very simple methodology, but it's also very effective, and it can be implemented easily in Excel, and it can also be used for the remaining 7 metrics that we identified in Table 1. So let's now look at the 3 remaining passenger metrics: revenue, passenger miles, available seat miles, and passenger load factor. It spots these trend lines, and it shows that the red line, the passenger load factor, during 2019, we're referring to the right-hand scale here, this bumped along relatively stable between 80 and 90%. However, after the outbreak and spread of COVID-19 across the USA, the load factor plummeted to just 13% in March and April 2020. Incidentally, this is the lowest day it's ever been since records began. And this was because the effects of disease mitigation measures were being felt, and domestic travel slumped accordingly. Now, the recovery has been gradual, with peaks and troughs, and these peaks and troughs roughly correspond to the outbreak and then the subsequent alleviation of new COVID-19 variants. And that means that the lockdown in late 2020 and throughout 2021 clearly helped the recovery of US domestic aviation. And by December 2021, the passenger load factor is back to just over 80%. So we're seeing some sort of return to normality here. Now, in terms of cargo, what we've got here is the actual cargo data in black and the estimate in red, which shows the tonnage transported over the 3 years, 2019, 2020, and 2021. And just for reference, I've overlaid this with the main phases of COVID-19. Now, I'm only showing total air cargo tonnage here, which consists of four main categories which are reported in the US Bureau of Transportation Statistics. And as can be seen, the air cargo tonnage transported actually increased throughout 2020 and 2021 when compared with our forward estimates shown by the solid red line. And this seems to agree with what other authors have also reported. This chart shows the remaining three metrics for air cargo, namely revenue ton miles, available ton miles, and the cargo load factor. And I'll explain that the passenger rates have been excluded from all these contributions to RTM and ATM. So in March to May 2020, there was a sudden decline in the ATM, which is the black line, as you'll note here. And this was caused by the sudden lack of belly freight capacity, which was otherwise available on scheduled domestic passenger flights, but since they were cancelled, that component of belly freight capacity was no longer available. And in contrast, the revenue ton miles performance showed a slight increase. And this was due to the urgent need to transport personal protective equipment and medical supplies, in addition to all the online shopping purchases that the US population was starting to make. As a consequence, the cargo load factor, shown here by the red line, peaked at a whopping 34% in the second quarter of 2020. So, to put things to a close, these two charts summarise the losses in key domestic passenger metrics, namely passenger numbers in Figure 9, showing a loss of over 715 million travelling passengers, and Figure 10, in terms of revenue passenger miles, a loss of over 683 billion passenger miles, all due to the outbreak of COVID-19. And the next two charts, Figure 11 and 12, they summarise the perhaps unexpected gains in key domestic air cargo metrics, namely cargo tonnage, a gain of nearly 2.4 million short tons, and a gain of almost 5.3 billion revenue ton miles, as shown in Figure 12. So, to conclude, we've estimated that the total domestic passenger numbers suffered a loss of 715.6 million and 683.8 billion revenue passenger miles, primarily as a result of travel restrictions and public safety concerns during the period of interest. In contrast, the total air cargo tonnage increased by 2.36 million tonnes, and the revenue ton miles experienced an increase of 5.29 billion. And this was as a result of transporting medical equipment, vaccines, and servicing the demand for online purchases. So these key metrics thus quantify the impact of COVID-19 on the domestic US aviation industry and provide an answer to the type problem. So this work provides some real numbers and a baseline against which the cost and effort of implementing future risk mitigation strategies may be judged. No one spending money without some basis. So I think we have a basis here, given the fact that government and airline expenditure has always shown bias towards funding response activities in preference to mitigation, then perhaps the sheer scale of the domestic airline losses that have been incurred over the last 2 years will force a bit of a rethink and change priorities towards long-term management and resource allocation. So this concludes our presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions if we can do that now, or by email later on. Thank you all for your attention, and let's hope we see a full recovery, not only of the US domestic aviation market, but also the other major domestic aviation markets in China and Europe. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bardell. I hope you can hear me. We have time for one quick question. All right, there are no takers at this point in time. Please contact us.
Okay, well, I'm very mindful that I don't understand is being given in your breakfast, so go and enjoy your lovely breakfast, and thank you so much everybody for your attention today.
Thank you very much, Nick. So thanks everyone for attending this first session. Thanks everyone for attending this first session. My apologies, we have run a little bit late. So indeed it's time for breakfast, and I propose that we reconvene at 10 past 10 here in the auditorium for the next session. Thanks everyone.
For those of you who are not so familiar with Austria, I think 210 kilometers is a bit like from Abu Dhabi to, I don't know, Ras Al Khaimah. I don't know if I pronounce it correctly. So that's about 200 kilometers maybe. The structure of the presentation, okay, I go on with an overview of the limited literature. Then I look at the effects of flight bans from a conceptual perspective, like who are the affected stakeholders and what are alternative travel options. And then I get to the Linz-Vienna case. I present you the background, methodology and data, the impact, the results in terms of the impact on passenger flows, and some financial impacts on the operating company of Linz Airport. And then I will conclude. Surprisingly, the literature on such flight bans is still quite limited. And also, of course, the empirical experience with it. In France, France is most advanced in this context. We actually have a ban on short-haul routes, which has been introduced, I think, last year or so. And all routes on which trains operate in less than 2.5 hours, except for hub feeder routes, had to be banned or were banned by the government. And this mainly tackles, I think, 5 or 6 routes from Paris Orly. So all these flights by Air France into Paris Charles de Gaulle are allowed to continue because they connect the hub. So they are exempt from this ban. In Austria, there has been 600 million euro COVID-19 bailout, helping Austrian airlines to survive. And in exchange, the government demanded Austrian airlines to discontinue flights below 3 hours. So this mainly affected the Vienna-Salzburg route. You will ask yourself, what about Vienna-Linz? Because this presentation is on Vienna-Linz, but Vienna-Linz was already discontinued before COVID-19, and it was not discontinued as a result of a governmental order, but Austrian Airlines freely decided to discontinue this route. In Germany and probably also some other countries, environmental lobbyists also want flight routes or flight bans to be introduced. For example, Greenpeace, I think, they want to introduce flight bans on all routes where trains operate on less than 6 hours. If we look at the academic literature, the literature body is really very limited. So there has been a paper by Simchak, I hope I pronounced him correctly, on the impact of short-haul flight bans, of potential short-haul flight bans on airline supply at European airports. There has been a paper by Baumeister et al. On the emission reduction potential if flight bans in Finland were introduced. And I think Avogadro et al., they assessed, they found out that 3% of intra-European airline seats could be abolished, could be discontinued without significantly increased travel time if people switch to trains. But impacts on travel flows and airport financials have not yet been discussed. So very briefly, the affected stakeholders. So if you introduce a flight ban, if you prohibit a route to be operated, who is affected? And of course, the passengers, longer travel times, probably higher fares and so on, they would have to bear. Of course, the airports, the original airports are affected because they lose a route. Alternative airports may benefit if flights are switched to alternative airports. The original airline may lose revenues from and passenger numbers, of course. And of course, alternative airlines could, on alternative routes, could also benefit from such flight bans. And this is what the policymakers, of course, want. Ground transport, like road and especially rail transport, would probably benefit from additional demand from passengers switching to ground transport modes. But of course, this could also yield in additional congestion. What are the alternative travel options? So here you see the original hub connection at the top of the slide. Yeah, you have you go from your home, you have ground access to your origin airport, then you have a flight to a hub, and then you have an onward flight to your destination airport. So if this flight from your departure airport to your hub is prohibited, you could fly via an alternative hub, for example. So you do no longer fly from Manchester via London to Madrid, but you fly from Manchester via Amsterdam to Madrid, for example. You could also probably go directly to the hub. So instead of taking a flight from Manchester to London, you go by train to Manchester and fly from Manchester to Madrid, for example. Or you go to an alternative airport, so you go from Manchester to Newcastle, for example, and fly from Newcastle to Madrid if that flight was available. If a point-to-point route is prohibited, the situation is a bit different. So let's assume your point-to-point flight from Hamburg to Munich is prohibited. Then you could probably fly from Hamburg via Amsterdam to Munich as an alternative. Or you go from Hamburg probably via Innsbruck in Austria and go by ground transport then to Munich area or wherever you want to go. Or you do not fly from Hamburg, but from another northern German airport to Munich if that flight was still available. Or you completely switch, and that's the bottom part of the figure here, or you completely switch to ground transport like trains or whatever. So let's get to the Linz-Vienna use case or case study. Linz-Vienna was the shortest domestic connection in Austria, and the train travel time between Linz and Vienna is only 1 hour and 40 minutes. So it comes with no big surprise that Austrian Airlines decided to discontinue this route if you have trains every hour or every 30 minutes or so, which just take 1 hour, 40 minutes to Vienna, even to Vienna airport. And the route was discontinued step by step. So you see in 2013-14, there were about 1,500 departures per year with 40,000 passengers. And this went down until 2019 when the route was completely discontinued. So obviously, if you discontinue a route, the route loses passengers and departures. I think this is obvious. But we wanted to find out what happened with these passengers. So what were the alternatives for these people who previously flew from Linz to Vienna? We used some descriptive statistics from air transport data we have, like Sabre market intelligence data, which provide you with passenger numbers at the origin destination levels. And to look at the financial effects, we also looked at the revenue at the airport charges document of Linz Airport to see what are the revenues they usually get per passenger per flight, and then to calculate the loss they would experience. When we looked at the travel data, we found out that, of course, there is the blue line is the decline in passengers flying from Linz to Vienna, obviously. But interesting is that the number of passengers from Linz to Frankfurt, the other hub which was connected from Linz Airport, this passenger number went up at least a little bit over time. So it gained additional passengers. And here, this table shows more or less the same results. So you see there were some 41,000 passengers in the year 2013-14 flying between Linz and Vienna, and the associated movements, 1,400. Of course, these figures went down to 0. The overall number of connecting passengers from Linz via any hub, basically it's only Vienna and Frankfurt, also went down from 112,000 to 77,000. So you had a loss of some 30,000 connecting passengers, but the number of connecting passengers via Frankfurt, you see, increased from 66,000 to 76,000. So based on this, we can roughly conclude, if we do not consider any potential other effects, that maybe a share of 25% or so, very roughly, may have switched to the Frankfurt route as a result of the discontinuation of the route into Vienna. Based on this, we wanted to find out what the potential financial effects for the airport operator are. So we have a traffic decline Linz-Vienna, and we have a traffic increase from Linz to Frankfurt. And of course, airports have aeronautical revenues like movement and passenger-related charges, but airports also have non-aeronautical revenues. I think Dubai is the best example for this. You have all this duty-free world in Dubai, so passengers spend a lot of money on other things as well in the airport. This is like food and beverage, retail, parking. We did not look at these figures because they are difficult to assess, so we only looked at the aeronautical revenues from a more conservative perspective and wanted to find out what the net effect could be. So here you just see the data we used from the airport charging manual. You see there's a landing charge, for example, of 20 euro per ton of maximum takeoff rate. There's a passenger charge of 18 euro per departing passengers. So basically we multiplied these rates with the number of passengers and the number of flights that were discontinued on the Linz-Vienna route and with the additional passengers on the Linz-Frankfurt route. So what we found out is more or less a loss of 3.7 million euro for the Linz-Vienna route from aeronautical revenues and a slight increase of 200,000 euro on the Linz-Frankfurt route because there are some more passengers there. We assumed that the aircraft size to Frankfurt has remained constant. Probably in reality, they use bigger aircraft now, we don't know. In this case, of course, there would also some additional aircraft-related landing charges. But at least we can expect 2,000 additional euro from annual revenues from additional passengers on the Frankfurt route. So as a summary, yeah, we think, of course, this was a very simple calculation. There may be some other effects like traffic growth and so on, but if we do not look at those, this, I think 3 times daily route in the past to Linz-Vienna means a loss of 3.5 million euro in aeronautical revenues, plus losses in, for example, parking, food and beverage revenues for Linz Airport. We assume that losses for Vienna Airport are limited because Vienna Airport is very attractive, is slot constrained, so we assume that as a result of the discontinuation of the Linz route, there may have been a replacement for Vienna, so we assume that there will be no losses for Vienna Airport. There will, of course, be some additional revenues for the train operator, the Austrian railway company between Linz and Vienna. And last but not least, I would like to come to the point where it's all about the environmental effect very briefly. So this is not a dedicated presentation on the environmental effect of the route discontinuation, but actually, why do people want routes to be discontinued in Europe? Because they hope to improve the situation for the environment. That's what it's all about. And here I would like to introduce to you an important concept which sometimes is overlooked by policymakers. The fact that in Europe we have the European Emission Trading Scheme. I don't know if you've heard of it. So the total number of air transport emissions in Europe is capped. Yeah, there is a total number of emissions which is allowed to the airline operators. And if the airline sector flies more and emits more CO2, they have to buy allowances from other sectors, like from the energy sector or from the steel industry and so on. But the total number of emissions is kept. So if now a flight from Linz to Vienna, for example, is discontinued, the airline will no longer need allowances for this route, and they probably either they use the allowances for other routes they may introduce, or ultimately they may give the allowances back, for example, to the energy sector, in theory. So at the end of the day, this means that there is no environmental effect if you discontinue a route and you have an European emission trading scheme in force, because the emissions are kept anyway. And it could be even worse. So you have no effect within the EU. Yeah, the emissions are totally the same if you have a flight to Vienna or not. And then Austrian Airlines decides to use the aircraft which has formerly flown to Linz. They say, oh, we fly, for example, to Belgrade now with the same aircraft, which is outside the European Union. In this context, the air transport sector in total has even more emissions than before. So from this perspective, or they give the aircraft to a place like Indonesia or whatever. So from a global perspective, we doubt that the prohibition of domestic flights is a good means to actually reduce the carbon footprint of the air transport sector. Thank you. Any questions?
Okay, Dr. Martins, thank you so much for presenting such interesting topic. Since we are a bit behind the schedule, Dr. Martins can answer one question. Any question? Yes, please.
Am I right to assume that private flights are not banned between Vienna and Linz? It's just commercial flights? Is it just commercial flights which are banned between Vienna? Did you look to see whether there was any corresponding increase in private flights between those two airports? Yeah.
I think recently there has been an initiative, someone wanted private flights to be prohibited. I can't recall exactly who it was, which environmental lobbying organization. But also private flights are, most of them are part of the UTS, so like business aviation. So you would, even from the environmental perspective, you would have the same impact. And probably, yeah, some, of course they cannot, I think it's difficult to actually prohibit private flights. So
yeah.
Maybe you would have more private jet operations.
Yeah, that is what I would expect to see, is an increase in private transport, business jets going between these two cities.
Probably not only in Vienna, but if you put it longer route, for example.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martins. Thank you so much. Allow me please to welcome the second presenter for this session, Dr. Attila, Assistant Professor at University of Sharjah.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be here and to share my view about some regulatory issue regarding. It's okay. Regarding COVID-19 and the regulations context. I'm very grateful to the organizer as well. This book I just read the whole evening. I haven't slept much. Excellent. Thanks for not only the authors, but also for the reviewers, the correctors, everybody who make this fantastic. It's a very short presentations, very short readings, but very deep, very comprehensive, and show very interesting context of cockpit crew, cabin crew, the women in aviation. So a lot of things which are very professionally introduced, and it helps me to present today much better. Thank you very much. So let's. That is, I will talk a little bit about the viruses. I am not an expert, of course, but I am as much as you are. We know a lot about the viruses now, and the Chicago Convention and the diseases, the actions which has been done or we have to be done, and the modernization and unified regulation, a kind of paradigm shift we have to do in the future, definitely. Okay, viruses is nothing new under the umbrella. Okay, we haven't invented a hot water. Everybody knows about viruses. This is part of human life from the beginning, from the civilization. We have a lot of experiences regarding viruses, and so that was not an unforeseeable situation. It was unforeseeable regarding of the results. We have seen yesterday Professor Vijay Vasig or Mahmoud Ahmed presentation. They show us the chart or the diagram of IATA, how it impacted the COVID-19, the industry. Look at the war situation, look at the financial crisis, the September 11, etc., etc. They are not hit as much like COVID-19. COVID-19 hit much more than anything else during the history after the Second World War. It is obvious for all of you. But nothing new, nothing new. We know the communicable diseases. We know a lot about coronaviruses. We met with coronaviruses in SARS in 2003. Everybody was so shocked, but nothing serious happened. The World Health Organization and ICAO, International Civil Aviation Organization, are two specialized agencies of United Nations, done a good job. There was a lot of measures has taken. The crew was trained, the ground handling staff was trained how to handle the people who is affected by SARS. So that was a serious experience at that time. But it was a short period of time, and everybody thought we survived, and the business just going on, and become every airlines, every airports in the world just getting the world record every year, and till 2020. SARS is very interesting for us. It is a phenomenon of type A. It's very interesting for us because it's a coronavirus, and also the Middle Eastern reciprocity syndrome is also a coronavirus which hit the industry. There were other things like Ebola is not hit as much. We know if you are traveling and next to you sitting two Ebola infected person, we don't have to be afraid much. Nothing will happen. But of course, we have to focus on those issues because we are talking about communicable diseases, and the severe acute respiratory syndrome, the coronavirus 2, is definitely as a communicable diseases. Like, and it is not mentioned here, like the tuberculosis, the multi-resistant tuberculosis. Now, this is the deadliest virus in the world after COVID-19. COVID-19 is over, of course, and now only 1,500 people dying every day, but in tuberculosis, there are 4,000 people dying everywhere in the world, and tuberculosis is infected quite well the huge countries like India, Pakistan, Indonesia, South Africa, and China as well. So that I'm not mentioned here because I am talking about this virus later a little bit with the legal case. But we have to facing now the tuberculosis is the #1 challenge for us. And tuberculosis is a communicable disease. It's easily spread. Coughing, if you talk next to your passenger, you can infect all passenger around you on board of aircraft or during embarkation and disembarkation. So that is a very serious issue, and it's quietly, incidentally, and also it's a droplet infection which can spread over the world easily. And the world Health Organization reported many times in the history. 20 years ago they reported in 7 cases that will be a serious effect and no one can stop it. They informed the airline, IATA, informed the ICAO, the member states, and we haven't done much. And that is my presentation, what we are going to do in the future, sure. So we summarize few issues. Zika was not as important, not heated the industry, but also definitely we have to put on the list. Okay, nothing is new under the sun. I said the Chicago Convention is our Magna Carta. The aviation, everybody knows the Chicago Convention, inshallah, and the Chicago Convention is not dealing anything about security. It's not mentioning even the word security. Not mentioning the environment protection, which is now the issue for our presenter. Not mentioning the passenger rights, which is a huge, important, very important issue. But it's mentioned Article 14 about how we can prevent, how we can make measures preventing the spread in regarding cholera, typhus, smallpox, and the others. Which we are now known in the 20th and the 21st century. Okay, so Chicago Convention, like pilotless aircraft, they know the pilotless drone issues, they mentioned Article 8, but also Article 14 is mentioned how we can make measures to prevent this kind of threat. Okay, not only the Chicago Convention, but there are many regulations or standards and recommended practices, but mostly recommended practices which dealing with this issue. If you look at the annexes, I summarized for you. There are plenty of things, but not comprehensively, that you can find in everywhere. Don't forget the annexes is more than 4,000 pages altogether. So we have a Chicago Convention and plus 4,000 pages, which is the basic, the fundamental of the Magna Carta of civil aviation. So we have done much, but the question is what we have done from the Second World War, you know, or from 1944, 7th of December to 11th March 2020. We have done much. It was said thank you 3 times to COVID in the morning. The keynote speaker, yes, thank you, because we have a lot of experiences. We have really plenty of knowledge, plenty of measures, rules, recommendations, guidelines, manual, everything, but we don't have much standards. We don't have much law. I'm talking about the international level. Of course, on national level, we have plenty of one, which was introduced by Faisal Mohammed. We have plenty of national laws, but the problem was not executed or fulfilled or followed by the same level by different states. Yes, there are plenty of CASPA, ICAO, but if you look at manual, advices, guidance, where is the law? I'm talking international level, of course, definitely. Where is the law? But we have to follow. Each member state has to follow, or each member airlines has to follow. So there is a case which I want to introduce. The Hawaii State Department in the United States reported this case in 1994. The lady traveling, the Korean lady, traveling from, I have to check it, Honolulu, Chicago, yes, from Honolulu to Chicago, and after Chicago to Baltimore. It was not a runway, it was a, what is it? It was a one-way ticket and return ticket, or how does it call it? Yeah, it's return ticket. So it was she's coming back, of course, after 1 month from Baltimore to Honolulu. She was infected by tuberculosis, this lady. She died after the trip, and she infected many people on board of the aircraft and during embarkation. It was an investigation team just set up immediately. It takes a lot of time, a lot of effort, and they realized this lady met with 925 persons during her trip. And she infected few of them. And those are surviving, that nothing serious happened, but that shows the problems in 1994. At that year, they reported by World Health Organization reported 7 cases, and nothing has done. Nothing serious has done. Just life's going on, business is going on as usual. And, but that issue was serious because the World Health Organization just emphasized the threat is how serious regarding of tuberculosis issue. Okay, there is another issue, DS versus Trans-Brazil Airlines. Why I mentioned that? Why the airlines doesn't do much? The answer is, I think, another presentation we can show. But one thing you have to know: if somebody, the passenger on board during embarkation, disembarkation, is infected by viruses and infected the other person as well, the air carrier is not liable at all, because this is not accident according to the Montreal Convention, Article 17. So, the airline, what can it do? Because the accident means unforeseeable, unusual characteristics of air travel, but external to the passenger. Everybody is responsible for his own or her medical condition. So when the person is traveling on board the aircraft, air carrier cannot do much. The pilots, the crew, the flight attendants, they are not treated, they are not doctors, they are not treated medically to realize this person is infected or not, this person is sick or not. Although, just in the beginning, in the history, when they're looking for, or when they're searching or hiring the flight attendants, the most important requirement was the nursery education and background in the beginning in the aviation. So anyhow, this case shows sometimes there is accident, but basically, according to the Montreal Convention, it's not accident at all, nothing to do with the airline, with the passenger who is infected by different kind of diseases or different kind of viruses. Yes, modernization, I just summarize here because I would like to talk about the modernization regarding of Chicago Convention and regarding these rules. But if you can see, everything is modernized in aviation law. It was modernized the Warsaw Convention, modernized the Tokyo Convention, the private and public air issues. All of them are modernized except the Chicago Convention. The Chicago Convention is not modernized today, but this is our most important sources regarding for the future, how to prevent more effectively the diseases that we are facing on. Beijing Protocol, Beijing Convention, everything is modernized. As I mentioned, there is not mentioned security, which is number 2 strategic objective of ICAO: safety, security, and environmental protection. They are the most important challenge for aviation, and they will be. And not mention environment, not the security safety audit system, which is one of the unique systems in the world, dealt by ICAO member states, and not mention of many things that I mentioned to you, and passenger rights. It was mentioned, the previous speaker, my colleague from Germany, mentioned the passengers, but in the previous speaker yesterday, haven't mentioned, when they look at the charts, we talk about airline, of course, airport, air traffic management, plus aircraft manufacturers, MRO, maintenance, repair, and overhaul companies, ground handling companies, the major player in the industry. But it was mentioned today, the passenger are also the major player in the industry. And they lost as well. They lost, it was mentioned, they lost the flight, they lost delay, a lot of baggage. I found in the book last night, it was mentioned in the article, there was reported in 2022. In 2022, there was only in August 21,000 flights delayed and 1,600 flights cancelled. So the passenger lost a lot, and the passenger rights now is the issue. And passengers are so important. Look at Montreal Convention. In Warsaw Convention, the air carrier is the king. But now in the modern history, modern aviation industry, the passenger became the king, or the queen, sorry for it. Anyhow, there are a lot of things is missing from Chicago Convention and lack of modifications. Doesn't matter what is happening in the industry, we don't modify. Why? Maybe because the aviation industry is a conservative industry and we are conservative. No, it is more political arena, it's more political, more diplomatic and more other interests which are involving into this way. Okay. Why I'm talking, what I feel the solution can be in the future. We have to focus for the passenger, definitely. But passenger, not only for that passenger who is infected by virus, of course, because not everybody is infected, but there are many passengers who need special cares. For instance, there are passengers physically handicapped, mentally defected, or because of the age, elderly people or infant people. We have plenty of pregnancy, women in pregnancy. Plenty of people who need special care, blind persons, somebody who has another factors we have to focus on, but somebody who needs, for instance, oxygen, or going to operate another country for operation, or coming back after the operation. And as the passengers numbers are growing, before COVID, 4.5 billion passengers per year, that number of the people who need special care are growing as well. Who is protecting the right? Yes. You look at the condition of carriage of the air carriers. Everybody has a condition of carriage because it's a contractual relations between passenger and air carrier. And in cargo-wise also, between consignor, air carrier, and consignee. So everybody has a contract. But behind the contract, there is the condition of carriage. And the condition of carriage is very simple. Part of the contract, don't forget it. But although the airline is unilateral level, make it. But the most important thing, the condition of carriage says only the virus is only the person who is infected by virus prohibited to fly. And be fixed. That is but who knows this infected? People are traveling. No one can stop them, man. There is a Roman proverb, navigare necesse est, vivere non est necesse. So, of course, to sail is necessary, but to live is not necessary. But I think to live necessary to fly. So what I feel the future is, of course, the right condition of carriage. It is dealing with the passenger, and it says what you have right, what you cannot do, and the air carrier has a right to deny that passengers. For instance, if there is so many person who wants to travel on wheelchair, because of safety reason, the air carrier can say, no, we can accept only 4 wheelchair person per flight, no more. It is possible. So that kind of contractual relation is very important between the passenger and the air carrier, and that we have to just to be unified somehow, because every air carrier has a different condition of carriages, definitely, of course, sure. Medical certificate, of course, I said the crew is not trained for, okay, they have a lot of procedure which they have to follow on board during the flight. There are more than 1,000 people dying every year on board of the aircraft as a passenger. Spasm, heart attack, different kind of diseases, different thrombosis, for instance. Okay, so that is they have to do something. They have to help, and they will. They are capable, but they are not doctors. They are not medically trained for miracle, of course, definitely. So the air carrier cannot check the condition of the that's why it's not liable, of course, definitely. But this way, the medical certificate can be a further step. Look at the IATA travel pass or the WTO Euro card, and that this can have a special passport, can be a solution. We can go that way. How to control the state of the health of the passenger, the condition of the health of the passenger, because the passenger is responsible for his own or her own health, not the air carrier. But we have to find a link together, because we are counting on each other. We need a passenger. Without passenger, there is no flight. And you remember yesterday, without air carrier, there is not recovery. Air carrier is the key of the issue. If there is air carrier, there will be traffic, etc., etc., etc. Anyhow, what we need is a systemic control. What we need to have much more cooperation, regulation, and unification. Specific rules, detailed rules, exceptional measures, many things which help us regarding of unification, unified strategy and unified action. Because the COVID is with us, everybody knows this, or if we don't call COVID, we call another name of the viruses, we have to do actions. I was in an IATA General Assembly in Vancouver in 2007. That was revolutionary two things. They introduced the e-ticket. It saved $1 billion every year for the aviation industry. Giovanni Bisignani, the director general at that time, put the air ticket into the box and sent to the museum. We cannot send to the museum the mask. Mask is not over. Or maybe it will be different kind of tools that we have to use in the future because we have to face a lot of issues. But till that time, we have to make standards. That is I put just provocative measure, make a new annexes. It's not so feasible, make a new annex. It's not easy to make a new annexes. We have 19 annexes. But I believe the future is the 20th annexes which dealing with passenger rights, because they are not private point of view, private airline point of view, definitely. From public point of view, because the states are responsible for the passenger itself, because they are also the value chain, they are in the value, they are as a stakeholder of the industry. So I believe, I know we are, but the most important, security, why use the security? Look at September 11, that was a paradigm shift, serious paradigm shift. We have a paradigm shift as well. September changed everything. Now we have changed everything. Have we changed? Recovery, we have now more numbers than before, and we are going and make the business again. Till what time? Until then. That is the question. I believe in security will be the key word in the future. Look at the aviation industry. There are many keywords. Commercialization after the Second World War. Privatization, liberalization, I mentioned privatization, liberalization, deregulation, simplification of the business. But now I think the future is standardization or standardizing of the passenger rights and the passengers itself. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Attila. That was very comprehensive. Thanks. Because we are a bit behind the schedule, Dr. Attila can answer only one question, if any. So thank you so much. We will have a very short break, 10 minutes, and see you back here.
starting shortly. Thank you.
So the questions that will be answered, do I need to be here or can I be there? Or?
They should be able to hear you from there.
And they can hear the questions as well?
You might also come here and speak. Yeah. Let's see what happens.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the mid-morning session of the 4th International Aviation Management Conference. I'm Anil Padra, and I am chairing this mid-morning session. And ahead of us, we've got 3 fantastic presentations coming up. 2 of the presentations are online, and 1 presentation is in person here. So hopefully the technology will work and won't let us down. Okay, so first up, I've got Dr. Irina Heitz, who is a senior lecturer in aviation at RMIT University in Australia. Irina's research focuses on air transportation management, aviation strategy, game theory, competition strategy, airline marketing and operations. And Irina is with us online. So Irina, can you hear us?
Hello?
Okay, Dr. Irina, the floor is yours. So please start your presentation. Thank you.
Hello?
Yes, hello, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you. Please start there.
Okay, my name is now? Yeah, I'll share the screen then. Can you please tell me if you can see the screen?
Yes.
Then, hello everyone. My name is Dr. Irina. I'm from Auditorium University at International Aviation University. And today, my student will present a very interesting topic. Actually, how COVID-19 pandemic has affected flight attendants. Flight attendants really also engage with passengers and COVID significantly impact on their stress and their different commitments. And she will present the main result of research in this conference, and after that, we're happy to reply all questions. Okay, please, or you can introduce yourself and start the presentation. Thank you, Dr. Irina. Hi everyone, my name is Suhala. Today I'm going to present a research paper on the topic of airline response to COVID-19 pandemic, stress and employee commitment among flight attendants. So the outline of this presentation includes the background information, literature's review, hypothesis, procedure, key finding, conclusions, and future study and limitation. So as the result of an ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, the aviation industry is facing a great challenge in dealing with the reductions of an overall travel demand, and consequently, when the airline has job redundancy, while a long-term strategy include a change in health and safety protocol, implement unique product and service. While the literature on stress and stressor, industry stress is considered as the most significant factor leading to a mental health disorder. and stressor is referred to as the cause of stress. So the table below illustrates the allied strategy that emerged during the COVID-19 pandemic from continuing salary reductions, temporary and permanent layoff, heating income incentive for people, quarantine and self-isolation. So we found that the strategy could potentially intensify stress level of the flight attendant and provide more stress such as workload and financial difficulty, physical and mental fatigue. So that's how we set the hypothesis in according to the existing literatures as well. And first, flight attendant stress level during the COVID-19 pandemic increased from the pre-pandemic. The second airline strategy contributes more stress during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the third one is to have a significant and positive relationship with the employee perceived stress. In terms of the commitment, it defined as a cause that by an individual to cause of the action that is of the relevant to the particular target. The policy that employee commitment focused matters, including study found that environment stressor can negatively influence your satisfaction. And furthermore, the employee with a healthy life balance show a high level of organizational commitment. So in contrast, the job insecurity and some organizational policies can manipulate the source of commitment, such as self-justification. So therefore, the whole hypothesis is allies strategy have a significant negative effect on employee commitment. So, lastly, we found a varying amounts of literatures indicated a significant correlation between job stress and job satisfaction, in which the high stress level negatively influence job satisfaction. And employee turnover, meanwhile, job satisfaction indicate a positive relationship with the organizational component. Then our fifth hypothesis is employee perceived stress has significant negative effect on employee commitment. Furthermore, some organizational change can cause stressful situations for employee, which therefore leads us to the last hypothesis that employee commitment reduced during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the following figures display a summary of the research framework. The method and procedure. So our online survey consists of 4 parts. Part A, we collect the demographic information of the participants. Part B, we measure the perceived stress. Part C, we measure the stressor, and part D, we measure the employee commitment. Here is some example of the question in part A, which include information like gender, age, career position. Here's a part B, participant will ask to indicate the frequency, of these situations that occur during the pre-pandemic and during the pandemic. And in the part C, participants rate the degree of each stressor items that contribute to that stress. While the part D, participants were asked to indicate their agreement to each statement from strongly disagree to strongly agree. This research employed a new method approach in both quantitative and qualitative data were collected at the same time. So the online questionnaire using the 5-point ladder scale and open-ended questions to gather information, while qualitative method employ frequency distributions to identify the change in participant perceptions. The quantitative method employ statistical analysis to confirm this change in the patterns, and multiple correlations analysis to identify the strength of the correlation among the variables. So for the key finding, the final response number which we used in this study were 103, with the overall, the majority of the sample population were women, with that age ranging between 21 to 40 years old. Over 90% of the respondents have been working as a flight attendant for more than 2 years, with food service and international airlines. Regarding the work positions, around 46% of sample will get investment in the economy class, followed by around 39% working in the business class, and around 13% working as a supervisor. The first graph illustrates the result of the frequency distributions and statistical data of the perceived stress items, which include feeling upset, nervous, cannot cope with the thing that has to do, anger, and difficult to overcome stress. So on the left-hand side, you can see that before COVID-19, the majority of the participants perceived stress were at the low level from never to sometimes. However, that perceived stress rose during the pandemic. As you can see on the right-hand side, the number of participants who experienced a high frequency of stress was doubled in size. Additionally, the statistical summaries demonstrate an increase in mean value, and from around 10.47 to 14.07. So that would support our first hypothesis that the flight attendant stress level during the COVID-19 pandemic increased from the pre-COVID. In terms of stress on airline strategy, the result was a dramatic increase in the stress over the period. So prior to the pandemic, the continuous flying workload, which is in the deep blue color, predominantly contributes to chemical stress, whereas the rest of the stressor, including salary reductions, laying off, changing in health and safety protocol, the risk of in-flight transmissions and quarantine were indicated at a lower level. However, during the COVID-19, more than half of the participants claim that the airline strategy contributed from a lot to reduce their stress. And of course, the mean value increased from 15.49 to 22.55. Thus, this support the hypothesis that the airline strategies contribute more stress during the COVID-19 pandemic time. And the last graph reveals an overall reductions of employee commitment and including jobs, career, and organizational commitment over time. This data show a flight attendant display a moderate to high level of commitment prior to the pandemic. Over 50% of the participants agree that working as a flight attendant were important for them, brought them satisfactions, and as well as recommend this career to others. However, their commitment was dropped significantly during the COVID-19 pandemic, especially for the organization. Consequently, overall reductions of the employee commitment reduced from 20.56 to 18.62. Therefore, this supports our sixth hypothesis that employee commitment will reduce during the COVID-19 pandemic. While the difference score between the pre-COVID and during the COVID was used for investigating the relationship between variables using the multiple correlation analysis. And in this study, we refer to Pearson correlation analysis for the interpretations of the coefficient value, in which the value that above 0.5 we considered as a significant correlation. And the key finding includes an overall high strength of associations between perceived stress and stressor at 0.59. So this result also illustrates a positive relationship, meaning that an increase of stressor strongly influence an increase of the perceived stress. The finding also reveals the high correlation between the total employee commitment and the total perceived stress at minus 0.52. This negative correlation expresses the contrast relationship between the two variables, in which one value, the value of one variable increased and another would decrease. And lastly, the correlation between the stressor and employee commitment also show a negative relation with an overall high strength of associations at minus 0.61. On this result, we accept the hypothesis as follows, and we accept the third hypothesis that airline strategy have a significant and positive relationship to employee stress. The fourth hypothesis that the airline strategy has a significant negative effect on employee commitment, and the fifth hypothesis that employee perceived stress has a significant negative effect on employee commitment. This figure displays a summary of the relationship between stress, stressor, and employee commitment. And as you can see, if the stressor, which are analyzed capacity, increase, the flight attendant perceived stress tend to increase, and at the same time, they commitment tend to decrease. So in conclusion, this study reveals a significant negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the perceived stress and commitment of the flight attendants, and airline strategy has contributed to mechanical stress, which therefore was considered as a stressor. In contrast, flight attendants reduced their commitment to job, career, and organization due to an increase in stress and stressor. So therefore, the scale of this current crisis will require constant mental health monitoring from individual as well as the support from the organization. The significance of relationships among these variables open for a future study into airline stress management strategy relevant to. Another interesting point would be to compare how cabin crew perceptions would be different in the next year or feature particular online platforms which imply possible geographic bias as well as the personal and social media using habits. Secondly, due to the time limit of the course duration, so the future data we receive after this here. The COVID-19 pandemic, but more focused on the current attitude of the respondent or the regarding time. Yeah, and this brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you so much for your attention, and if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Yeah.
Okay, so Sufalak, Chana, and Irina Hayes, thank you very much for your presentation. We're running a little bit behind schedule, so I'm going to invite one question from the audience, if we have any questions. We have a question in the front over here. I think you're going to be given a mic. So hopefully, Sufalak and Irina, hopefully you can hear this question. Please let me know if you can't.
I'm Sarah Brooks from Emirates Aviation. Wondering how you selected airlines, how many airlines were involved, or did you use airlines from a specific region, or was it global? And if so, which airline did better in terms of managing employee stress?
If you can repeat that question, it would be great.
Sure. Yeah, so did you have airlines from around the world, or was it a particular region? And were there patterns? So, for example, you'd expect airlines operating in a more restrictive environment to have higher levels of stress among their flight attendants, for example. Which airlines were best at managing employee stress among their flight attendants?
Yes, so the good problem is missing you. And very at home, yeah? Yes, yes. If you can type maybe in the chat box and I can able to answer that question.
Safala, can you hear me?
Yeah, that's better. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll tell you the question in the best way that I possibly can. I think the question was, did you find any evidence of a relationship between the types of airlines and the data that you got, and were there any regional differences, and were there certain airlines that were better at it? And then I think one final question, correct me if I'm wrong, was really around flight attendants were
Having like the equations about like for the assistant to identify which airlines they came from. So basically it's just like overall like the flight and like from any airline to do this survey. Yeah, so you couldn't like pinpoint specific airlines. Unfortunately, yeah. Yeah, so and because we launched it kind of like online, so like to the social media mostly. Yeah, so basically anyone within the like flight attendant groups. Yeah, so I would say it's a mixture of mostly international airlines like already get the demographic information, so mostly is international analysis, but yeah, not really specific in like which one. So yeah, today if you really want to ask because it's showing the right information and it's in the we like to use our participants who like to respond. It's like we decided to recommend to ask about the airline and their region because we want to take more information for us.
Okay, so Falak and Irina, thank you very much for your presentation. I know it's in the evening in Melbourne, so thank you very much for presentation. Okay. If you didn't hear that, that was a round of applause for your presentation, so thank you. Okay, we're going to move swiftly on to the next presentation, which is in person, and the topic of the next presentation is airports ground operation resource optimization based on arrival time prediction using machine learning. And the presentation will be delivered by Dr. Dipudev Sahadevan, who's an assistant professor here at Emirates Aviation University. Dr. Sahadevan, the floor is yours. Thank you.
This is a on-campus presentation. We are leaving the teams. Sorry. Good morning, everyone. Today, my topic for presentation is airport ground operation resource optimization based on arrival time prediction using machine learning. This is an overview of my presentation. I will give a short introduction about ground resource handling, machine learning, and then we will carry a discussion on data pre-processing, exploratory data analysis, feature engineering, proposed model. Then I will discuss about the results and our findings, and I will conclude with our finding along with the future work in this area. Most of us have traveled in airlines once upon a time or in our life. We have experienced airline delays. So the airlines delays are depend on various factors. Some are human-made, some are machine-dependent. But when we consider the normal situations, these delays are occurred based on airport capacity or airport ground resource constraints. These can create major hurdles in scheduled flight delays. The challenge in ground handling and resource management is in meeting our requirement while dealing with the limited resources. We know that in airport, the resources are limited. We have to use it in optimized way so that we can achieve our results. When we consider the variation in arrival and schedule variations, that time the problem occurs is that it will adversely affect the resource planning. That ground resources should be effectively planned for utilizing it for cost saving as well as the delay avoidance. So far as no prior studies have been considered the influence of landing schedule and its fluctuations on workload on ground personnel. Most of the studies either concentrating on predicting the arrival time for air traffic management, or some of the studies may be conducted for ground resource optimization. For each aircraft, how we can optimize the ground resource. But when we consider as a ground resource person, we should have an optimization of when multiple flights are operating into a particular airport, we should optimize the process using any standard method. So in this study, we focus on how multiple ground resource optimized based on machine learning or artificial intelligence, it's an emerging technology, how it can be utilized. The objective of this research is to identify the impact of variation in schedule and actual arrival time of airport ground handling resource utilization. And second, we studied about how machine learning based arrival time prediction can optimize airport ground resource and cost effectiveness. Now I will go to brief on the concept which we have worked on that. This is an overall schematic diagram of Gantt chart view of turnarounds. We can see the turnaround is a process when the aircraft land on an airport, and when it comes to the parking bay, normally the turnaround process starts, and when it is departing from the airport, the turnaround process ends. Normally for Airbus 320, it will take 25 to 30 minutes. For Boeing 777, it will take around 45 to 1 hour. So it will vary, depends on how the airlines optimize their ground resources. So when we consider if an aircraft is arriving on time, if the resources are planned very well, there will be no delay for that aircraft, and the resources will be managed and outboard will be also on time. Then we call these processes green turnaround, and sometimes the airlines may be coming little delay. The delay we define in different circumstances variously. When we consider ICAO definition for air traffic flow management, we will consider it as 15 minutes from the schedule time. So here we consider when the aircraft is delayed, inbound flight is delayed, there is always chance of the outbound flight also can be delayed. But this delay can be sometimes managed, sometimes it cannot be managed. And there is another occurrence that aircraft can arrive early. That is the schedule, it can reach early. As a passenger, we will feel happy, but when we are considering the ground resources, we are overutilizing the resources for that particular time frame. So these are the factors which is considering for a ground resource utilization. Here our objective was to find out which is the contributing factor. So we found out that the actual time of arrival variation can have an impact on total process. So multiple aircraft we are considering, this process has an impact. So how machine learning can be effectively used for this predicting the arrival time, that was our one of the objective. So next I will discuss about how we have carried out the prediction of arrival time using machine learning. In this, first we collected data, and these are the standard steps we followed for predicting the arrival time. Now I will go into each step one by one. First, data pre-processing. For this particular study, we collected data for around 1 year, from October 2021 to October 2022. The data was collected from flight radar 24. These are the features we have taken from the flight radar 24. Some features are basic features and some are derived features. I will discuss while going through the discussion. I will elaborate this concept. First process after data collection we carried out was data cleansing and then data type conversion, because we are handling with the time-based data. So we need to convert the data to machine learning process. Then we used one-hot encoding. Normally it is used for converting categorical variable to numerical variable. Then removal of outlier. Now I will briefly explain what are the exploratory data analysis we carried out and what are our findings in the exploratory data analysis. Here you can observe that for this one sample that we have taken for Dubai airport, we can see that from 12 to 1 hour, the flight schedule, this is green, the blue line indicates actual number of flights and the red indicates the schedule number. You can see that 16 flights were scheduled for that particular hour, but the actual number was 18. There is an additional requirement of ground resources in that particular hour. If you consider next hour also, this was happening. For the departures, if you see for arrivals, there was 22 schedules for this particular hour, 28 were 30 were planned, 20 were actually planned. Some cases it is increasing and decreasing. This will cause a resource requirement variation in every hours. So now we studied what is the impact, how different aircraft when operating, how it is impact, it can make impact. Here you can see, for example, for Boeing. Here you can see for Boeing 777 Whiskey, this is a 0th hour, this is an 8-hour duration we plotted. On that you can see for 0th hour, there was 8 flights were planned for this particular hour. 5 were landed in the 0th hour. 1 flight landed after next hour, 2 flights landed earlier. This impact is that when the 8 flights are planned, 2 flights are coming early, that for Boeing 777 Whiskey, it's around 400 passengers. You have to give additional resources to handle this particular situation. So the thing is that when it is delayed also, this impact may occur. So this is one of the findings we found, that when the actual time of variation is we are unable to trace in advance, the resource management team unable to put the correct resources for that particular hour. The next we carried out how the delay is happening. There are 3 situations when we are considering a scheduled aircraft arrival. If the aircraft is coming on time in standard definition, if you are considering in this study, we consider 50 minutes. If aircraft is coming within plus or minus 15 minutes of scheduled time of arrival, we consider as on-time flight. If it is coming early, 15 minutes early, it is considered as early flight, and if it is greater than 15 minutes, we consider as on time. We studied how in Dubai airport this variation is happened. So based on the data statistics, it shows that around 50 to 60 flights are operating in on time. Remaining 40% are either early or delay. It is having a huge impact in resource allocation. So you can see for Airbus 320, this percentage was only 50, and different aircraft type, this percentage variation we studied. So from these studies, in addition to that, we additionally carried out data analysis. What is the percentage of aircraft operating from Dubai and coming back to Dubai? Around 50% of flights are operating because one of the major airlines are keeping it as a hub. So the flights are going to other airports and coming back. So based on that, we found out that the actual time of arrival is one of the critical factor in the ground resource allocation. So next I will go through the feature engineering which we carried out for this particular prediction for arrival time. We considered basic features and derived features. Based on that, we used multiple linear regression model. In this particular study, we used a regression model with 80% of training data and 20% of test data. And we have carried out 10-fold cross-validation. Based on that, we got an RMSE of 8.01. I will make it clear what we have done based on these findings. Based on the departure time from Dubai, the flight was landed at, for this case study, 2 case studies we considered. First was for Jakarta. The aircraft departed from Dubai, and based on the departure time, we were able to predict the arrival flight by 8 minutes of RMSE. That's the first thing. And I will show you the sample data. Then, so this is a flight which is departed from Dubai. It is scheduled at 0010. The actual departure time was 0037 and the scheduled arrival was 1850. But the flight is landed early, 1819, and the model was able to predict 8030. That is around with an accuracy of 11 minutes. And same way, the other flight it is landed at 1829. We were able to predict at 24. The similar study for the evaluating the model robustness, we carried out similar study for flight operated to Dubai and Paris, and we got an RMSE of 10.2. This indicates that with 0030 aircraft was departing, around 16 hours before, we were able to trace out what will be the actual landing time for this particular flight. This was one of the outcome. Now, just I will elaborate how it can be utilized for ground resource optimization. We know that the ground resource optimization involves a lot of process. If you timeline you consider, for single airline we can optimize. When we are considering multiple airlines, the same resources can be shared across the different airlines. So how we can effectively use? When you consider that this is the cleaning process for that particular 2 flights I have is shown here. The flight, first flight, the cleaning process starts here. We can, if we are able to predict correctly, and we can use the same resources to near flight if the gate is allocated properly. So 2 things can be resolved by identifying correctly the arrival time. One is that gate allocation, second one is how effectively process we can do simultaneous process as well as resource can be shared. So this is the findings of our study. And now I will briefly conclude the work. The early identification of aircraft delays allows to proactive actions to minimize the effects and costs, notably ground resource management. We proposed a hybrid model based on exponential moving average of predicted delays and especially round-trip flights. We focused mainly on round-trip flights, and the importance of exponential moving average, it is able to trace out the temporal variation in the flying time. Next, the model was used to calculate the RMSE within 8 minutes, which arises as a result of turnaround interval and arrival delays encountered by the flight. A more accurate arrival time prediction based on machine learning approach will enable resource management team to first optimally deploy the human resources, and second, establish all the traffic density well in advance, and third, we can do ground resource optimization practically feasible. So this was our objective, and future research we are planning on this area is broaden our current framework, because our objective was to use the minimum attributes to predict correctly, so that model can be implemented and deployable, and include other factors like airport runways. This can be further fine-tuned this prediction, and delay propagation, gate allocation. That is one of the challenge in the ground resource handling, how effectively we can do the gate allocation. When gates are allocated very closely, the resource can be easily shared. That is another challenge we are going to address, and predict hourly traffic density and fleet mix. Fleet mix is a very complex scenario. If we are able to trace out correct fleet mix for particular hour or particular duration of the ground resource planning, we can easily find. Finally, the estimate ground resource requirement based on delay impact. These are the findings and future works in our study. Thank you.
Dr. Sahadevan, thank you very much for the presentation. I'll now invite questions from the audience, please.
Thank you very much. That's an interesting presentation. Just wanted to find out, how do those delays affect slots that are allocated to airlines and the financial implications? Thank you.
Here you consider, this is a 2-flight example. It can be extended to multiple flights. When we ground resource considered, there are a lot of microscopic activities involved in ground resource. Like first aircraft has to board to the gate. Second one is the passenger disembarking, then cleaning and refueling. So these activities, the same resources they are sharing across the network. If same airlines having 10 flights operating for a particular hour, they will share these resources. So we can, if we know properly, well in advance that what is the resource requirement. Suppose 10 Boeing 777 landing in the next hours or next after 3 hours, we can allocate properly and we can share these resources so that they can reduce the cost for operation cost. So that is another aspect of this. When we are effectively resource allocating, we can make the cost reduction. That is the first aspect, and sharing of resources. So these processes are, we cannot stringent further lower level, but we can, if the time we can share and we can allocate it properly. Now what's happening? This particular flight schedule was 1855. This aircraft was landed 1819. So there are 30 minutes of variation is there. These resources are maybe other flights may be delayed due to this, because they will shift these resources to other flights because they are not aware about this early arrival. So that's kind of things we can, using machine learning, we can make the prediction.
Any more questions? No? Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Dukadev Sahadevan. Okay, our next presentation is an online presentation, and it'll be delivered by David Kistruck, who is a lecturer at Buckinghamshire New University in the UK. The title of his talk is The Impact of COVID-19 on Decision-Making for Long-Haul Crews. Okay, David, can you hear us? David, can you hear us? Apologies for the slight delay here. We're going to try and call David and see if we can grab his attention. David, hi, can you hear us? That's a no then. David, can you hear us? Yeah, we can't. So he's unmuted now. We can't.
Can you hear me? Is that okay?
Yeah, David, can you hear us? We can't hear you. He can't hear us, right?
Leave and then
We'll come back. That's it. David, hi, can you hear us? How's it look? David, yes, we can hear you now. Can you hear us? Yeah, please type it. Let's try that. I'm going to get him to do it again. See if it works.
I'll give a short summary because I said this is right.
But he can't hear us and you can't hear him. David, hi. Can you hear us now? Okay, fantastic. That solved it, didn't it? Okay. David, you're live in the auditorium at the moment, and we can see you. We've introduced you, but we'll introduce you again. So to the audience here in the auditorium, we have an online presentation from David Kistruck. David is a lecturer at Buckinghamshire New University in the UK, and the topic of his presentation is the impact of COVID-19 on decision-making for long-haul crews. So David, I can see that you've shared your screen, so the floor is yours. David, if you can hear us, the floor is yours for you to present. Please, come back. David, hi. Can you hear us?
So every time you go through the sort of on YouTube, I don't know the solution to this. Have you ever show
Well, we can hear you now. So if you share your screen and start the presentation, then I think that should work. Okay. He's going to try again. Yeah, David, we can still hear you and we can see your screen now. So, okay. Can you share the screen on his behalf?
Can hear you, can proceed.
Yes, David, we can hear you, yeah.
Okay, so you're presenting, can you hear me? You're presenting.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you present. We can't hear you when you share your screen, but we can.
No, but it's clearly glitched. The screen comes up. There's some interface issue. So my suggestion is, have you heard my presentation, you show the screen, and then I'll just talk you through it. Just you, the audio side, disconnecting.
Okay, so we're sharing your presentation on the screen now. So just give us a nod when we switch from one slide to the next, and we'll quite happily. Okay. Yes, please.
Okay, suppose this man also publishes that, I can't remember his name, but I just wanted to talk you through 15 to 20 minutes worth of the sort of background to this study. I don't really go into massive detail, but I think I just like to give you a flavour of what we try to achieve with the study itself. Ultimately, it came about during particularly the first part of the COVID pandemic, where the whole aviation system had gone ashore and changed. And partly thinking about how people react to that, if there was sort of those operational situations, how they based on their decision making. With the fact that many of the basics which they took for granted may have either changed or moved on to not be present at all. So to get to the first confidence, we will see first. So that's the, just go to the next slide, please. Okay, I'll just take it again, please. Please turn something to see what the passage on the screen. Are you looking at code creating the cruise?
Yes, David, we can see. Is this the right slide?
Okay. So code creating the I can't see the screen. So should I code creating the left, and I'll hold that to first and on the side.
David, I think we're having some issues. So what we're going to do is ask you to just summarize your research.
Yeah, right, okay, just that's the easiest way, fantastic, okay.
Thank you.
So, yeah, that's the easiest way. Okay, good, thanks, Thomas. So, ultimately, the difference in the environment was that you still had the aspects of where we found, which is time people decision making, with experts in the field, so particularly looking at this, but experts in the field, they're always generally, and generally sort of came about from, if you're finding many different nations and many different rules and regulations, what if there's an incident, and you're going to see how people react to that, and therefore there's an element generally. The uncertain factors also were used to change every single country in the world, would change every single day. So we had no unknowns. So should the airspace version, for example, we actually had to move across the Europe to disclose from the airspace because of the massive carry in the tower. So you can see that we wouldn't necessarily go to the faster than that new setting where it was very far expanded. And that came from the continuation crews from Madeira all the way across to the Auditorium, en route or down the facilities. That's also most airlines changed from regular operation to cargo, different growth factors, different risks on, say, camouflage, perhaps carrying passengers from the risk profile, and the logical responses. It's interesting because, the navigation that if you're in travel, you would expect the authorities to do what they can to help you, yet on some of the interviews I had, one particular aircraft was inbound to Seoul. We finally had a few with the Auditorium from Seoul, which we refused permission for his aircraft to work the fuel, which is unbelievable. And this is because they didn't even have coding permits on board for that particular aircraft. So ultimately, if you have the background trying to make decision making, it creates it's a wonderful opportunity to understand how people make decisions, given their previous world, if you like, has totally changed. So the research suggests that research could critically evaluate another one factors influence decision making. And that was one thing from research in European captains, which is to critically analyse when the decision making has changed from pre-frameworks assessing safety rules, you could have a non-regular play, which is successfully reduced operational regulatory requirements and impact on attitudes and assumptions. They are managing non-conform operations, and that is a strategy decision by the primary. Now, I'll give you an example of this. If the authorities in the United States, for example, reduce the code, it might have a 40 mile an hour speed, but you have to go at 30 miles an hour. Because people aren't so shy as they should be. So it's still have 40 on the road side, but you've got to drive at 30. And then you get out to motorway, and it's the same amount of speed. But if you look what should I do is they haven't told me about 70. So when I take 10 miles an hour off, I drive at 70. I'm assuming that the authority wants to do 10 miles an hour less. So I'll do 10 miles an hour less. So ultimately, the regulatory requirements have an impact on your assumptions. This is part of the aviation regulations, and they're also recommendations for organisations and future research. So, what I think we got hold of there are 6 captains that we interviewed from 3 different airlines. And one is about the impact of new rules and regulations since COVID, the operational impact of COVID. Where it talks about risk profile and mitigations that they came up with, and specific challenges, say things like equipment list of specific countries. And ultimately, it's a thematic analysis. So we then go into the key findings from interviews. They were split into 2 standard operating procedures, which are things that the company or the regulator will define as an apt and appropriate response to usual routine, but it could be a non-routine, but to fairly predictable events. So, for example, a standard operating procedure starting with the aircraft engine or take off, it could also be an engine failure. And then you put in that decision-making strategy, and it might not necessarily have an SAP attached to it. So, for example, if you had a sick crew member, who was, for example, suffering badly with something, there would be SAP as far as problems of memory, but then from then on, you're really in a world where there's a lot of judgment and a lot of decision making to have. And in fact, a lot of these things, you think, how does seem practical? What does that mean if we see number of practical? So that's the challenge when we talk to captains. Ultimately, the SAP is able to scheme around the impact and the adaptations around that impact. And the same decision-making strategy, what the impact and the adaptations. And you can see that one of the things on the screen right slowly. I don't think but really, the SAP is well modified for operations. So very simply, if you go to China, you couldn't get out of China, so you have to fly China and come straight out here. And for a country like the UK, you need stuff from China. You need masks, protective gear, etc. We couldn't do that with just a single cruise. We could extend the FDLs out significantly, flight times operations for our pilots to fly for up to 24 hours. In order to get to and from any place in order to do the job. And therefore, the current restriction of SAP on operations, where they say restricted things like extermination levels, additional dry axles, for example, for carrying medicines, where muscle communication. And ultimately, if you look at all these things, the pilots and regulators risk and time change quite ranked up a bit, because they need to get the job done, the airlines need to get the job done, but ultimately they have to change the SOPs in order to adapt to this new world. When it comes to environmental adaptations, the used to invest in a big difference to what crews. Everybody know what they are. And there's definitely bonus to China's big talking points, you say. And as that movement to change, and as the mitigations plan, that emissions of regulatory fuel, we're really not against SOPs if it is necessary to communicate more effectively. And with things like FTO, transmission discretion, increasing the duty in order to complete it, usually to get home, and others as well, if accepting a defect perhaps not to the edge of its acceptance because of the needs to maybe certain finances to be right. There was an impact on the infrastructure support. It was very the whole task became nationally important, obviously getting, medical equipment to the UK, etc. But there wasn't keeping the environment, and what we're trying to do all this time is to put effort something back. Many things became a little bit outside their normal scope. They're trying to reference it back into the normal environment so they can make decisions based on what was a previously good idea. So we have to look further and make a decision less support and fast changing countries, including futures, have impacted that some of the strategies. And a lot of them are trying to deliberately isolate the coding factors. Let's pretend they don't exist and make our decisions based on what's happening now. And the organizations of foreign impact would be modifying decision-making for China, specifically how they manage the team, and also this program of the diversion strategy. There was ultimately extreme operation came out that they had some abilities to adapt to the new world. So this is the key finding of the interview. If you look back at the data which came from say the operational reports, it sort of holds there's a reasonable correlation. 293 wasn't KD, 220 big KD, 221 was in start to drift out. So this is the team. So ultimately, if you look at the total number of airline events, the potential reports, you say, you're looking at doubling of fatigue reports, more than doubling of fatigue reports, as reasons an FTO regime to try to throw somewhere. And in 2021, we're increasing again. There is no outline there, moving outline and strip that out to 9%. So ultimately, what you're seeing in the data is reflecting exactly what they are saying in their interviews, which is interesting. And you come to failure to follow SOPs, which is the next one. The first one is interesting because ultimately, they are able to themselves. They are saying, I made a mistake, I did this, I did that. So it's very important. And initially, the analysis is that the reporting rates didn't drop, but the reporting rates remained healthy, and they tended to continue to report the current spirit of the previously. But this is based on SAP, and ultimately, as we're seeing again, following the baseline 2019, there was an increase in breaking rules, breaking standard operating procedures, and that could be from as far as various skies doing shortcut vectors and the pilots getting into a situation where they're landing in the air or air traffic selection, all the way through to minimize during the emergency delivery, because I couldn't understand myself perfect. So again, the reporting does tend to reflect exactly what the interview is saying. And again, for conversions, conversions were the best one in the phase stage for being as if you look at the first of March to the first of 2020, the UK had £1 season, if you like. And there were many conversions during that time, when the operational fuel, there were many conversions. So 11.7% is pretty much half a year's worth of diversion. So again, a really reasonable correlation between the two sets of data. Just So one of my next questions is also everything is really interesting. Recognition policies to require ultimately experts on the time pressure don't go from the solution that they're able to do is that there is a look for an actual progress of situation. And it's sort of as a, you have sort of frameworks that you have in the past that are sort of worked 80% of the really good. So if you suddenly have a problem, you will try and manage it within a reasonable framework that you have a reasonable outcome. So recognition, evaluation, and simulations you then go through your mind, so when you do that comes to happen, and then you will possibly select that one, or maybe select another framework and have another go at that, but you're not looking for it from that one, you're looking for what you can do. Whereas this, on the other hand, has worked a lot on, you can see what's there, you can know what's there, and know what's there, if you think about that. You know, all these times I'm quite honest with things like SLPs, numbers, and, you know, in transition, you can numbers, and of course, from America, it's skill-based. But the skill, the key for mechanism, when you switch from one to another, when you have one particular approach, is this going to create the outcome you need, and use knowledge. If you can phrase what you decide when and how. So the thing, when foundation driven action, fundamentally, she's talking about creating a new creating outcome, and then allows effectively arguments and challenging from other stakeholders and using them. That was a really interesting. That was a really interesting dynamic screening, and there was a conversation to make, particularly if they weren't necessarily following an SOP or a new framework of events. So, in conclusion, so standard procedures were changed when the company regulated the COVID-19 and sometimes adapted to things that further uncertainty. The impact on particularly impact on jobs and companies, the impact challenges from all of these issues mitigated by company oversight or policy, piloting a variety of techniques to maintain the equivalent levels of pre-COVID environment. I have to say, on the final piece, all the leaders were aware of the data and spent a lot of time and a lot of effort with oversight, particularly in the FTA issue and also on the changing environment. So the safety SMSs were awareness and were very intelligent. However, as I say, sometimes companies cannot influence the things that happen in foreign countries, particularly when they're under the lessons. But broadly, that is the value.
Okay, David, thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for rattling through the slides and summarizing the work that you've done, which is very interesting there. We are running incredibly behind schedule at the moment. In fact, the next session should have started about a minute or so ago. So what I'm going to propose is that if there's any burning questions for David, that we collate them offline and then send them to David. And in the meantime, what I'll ask you to do is just have a quick 5-minute break before we start the next session. Okay. So thank you very much, David, and thank you very much to all the presenters in this mid-morning session. We'll continue again, or resume again in about 5 minutes' time. Thank you. David, thank you. Oh, he's not there. Is the next one online?
No, next one here. We have only one more one. I think it is chaired by Mr.
Ketan, do that.
Yeah, Ketan. Yeah. Then this is the online.
So we should be able to.
Yeah, actually.
Back on schedule.
Yeah, most of them we did test, but this I didn't see.
Okay. Did it work? Okay. Well, we lost a bit of time there. It's fine. It's okay. We got there in the end. But
actually, what the Zoom plan is continue session. If someone wants to take break, they can go. But anyway, you gave 5 minutes. No, it's okay.
Yeah, just because it's been here for a long time. We have to be presentations.
Even Dr. Adam
brand management and consumers' cultural contradictions in marketing management across countries. Your presentation today is the relationship between perceived safety and customer satisfaction within commercial airlines. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. So before starting with the presentation and with research paper that we already did, I want to ask you one question. A very simple question, yet very important. What is the ultimate goal of any business? Excellent, profit. And this is actually something we need to focus on, profit, again and again. Now, the idea is we are living in a very competitive, dynamic business environment. So when markets are competitive, businesses will experience pressure to all the time improve their quality, safety of products provided to customers. Not just customers, any customers. We need to retain the current customers, keep them happy, satisfied, delighted, and attract new ones. So this is actually the problem in businesses. They think that, okay, it's easy to attract customers, but how to keep them satisfied, how to meet their expectations. So the idea of this research, we tried to understand the relationship between perceived safety and customer satisfaction with commercial airlines from customers' perception, or let's say, or to simplify it, from customers' perspective. Now, since this study will understand the correlation or connection between perceived safety and equality and its relation with customer satisfaction, and why actually we came up with this idea. Perception in general is very hard to measure, especially when it comes to measuring quality, safety from the customer's perspective. So we lack here a very comprehensive and holistic measurement tools. And please be reminded that we are not here researching about or examining the technical side of safety, all right? It's only customers' perception, or let's say perspective, how they evaluate it from their own perspective. Another thing, what is the model that we already used to measure the perceived safety and its relation with customers' satisfaction? We used cervical model. For the ones who don't know this model, cervical model is normally used by decision makers, by managers, to measure if there is any gap between customer satisfaction, or let's say expectation, and the actual services or products provided for them. And from here, problems will happen. When the gap is that much between your expectation and between the services and the products provided, then we ended up having dissatisfied customers. So we need actually to focus on that and understand why this gap already exists among customers with commercial airlines. So, since we are using cervical quality model, and we are trying to understand the gap between customers' expectation and the actual services or products provided. Just a very general introduction about cervical model, because normally we use it in any management field, but we adopted this model and we applied it on commercial airlines. And for the ones who know quantitative research, this is something very common. We adopt models from business fields and use it in other fields like aviation, commercial airlines, and so on. So, long story short, cervical model has 5 dimensions, main dimensions. The first one, as you can see, tangible or tangibles. So what is tangible? It's the physical facilities, the communication means, and when we say that that place is clean or there is hygiene and so on, so this is related to tangibles. This is number 1, or dimension number 1. Number 2, empathy. So what is empathy? When you put customers as a priority and center of attention. This is number 2. Number 3, responsiveness. Responsiveness is the ability of firms to provide products or services as promised. I promise you to provide this service, so you will get it. As simple as that. The next dimension is reliability. Reliability, actually, the ability of firms to provide services and the products accurately and effectively. And part of this dimension is customer service. So when you have a problem, you find customer service department that will listen to you and will solve your problem. The last dimension, which is actually the most difficult, assurance. Why I'm saying is the most difficult, because assurance depends purely on employees of that firm or of that commercial airline. So assurance means I am an employee, I should be able to build the trust and the credibility in the mind of customers. And you are all aware that this is something easier said than done. When you reach this level of trust between you as a customer and between the employee of that firm. Later on, just for your own information, the cervical model got updated. We added a price and other dimensions, but those 5 dimensions are the most common used, and they built the foundation for that model. All right, so what is the rationale of the study, the reasoning of this study? Now, customer satisfaction is associated with service quality and safety. Increased safety and quality will lead to increased perceived safety, or at least this is what we are trying to figure out or to test in this quantitative research. So, since our research is quantitative and we adopted the deductive approach, we formulated 2 hypotheses following the alternative approach. H1, or hypothesis 1, the perceived safety of an airline has a positive impact on the consumer satisfaction. H2, customer satisfaction is significantly impacted by perceived safety. Now, since we are following the quantitative approach, so we adopted a questionnaire, and the questionnaire distributed before the flight departure. So, brief statement or introduction was given for those passengers before flying, and we gave them actually time. Now, what was the population or main population of the study? The domestic air passengers. Now, it was very hectic, and to be honest, to catch passengers before their departure, because everyone just wanna fly and be done. Yeah, they are the least concerned about filling a survey questionnaire and so on. But anyway, we got a good response rate. So the sampling technique here that we used is the multi-stage stratified population, or let's say sampling technique. So the idea of a stratified multi-stage sampling, we classified flights into 3 categories: morning, afternoon, and evening. We ended up having a very high response rate from the morning flights. So we included those passengers who filled the survey during the morning time only. So a sum of 313 questionnaires, they were valid actually after filtering, and the response rate was, as I mentioned, high, 78.25%, and we used to analyze data the SPSS version 25. All right. Here we are measuring many things. We are measuring perceived quality, perceived safety, and their impact on customer satisfaction. But in research, please try to understand that we need to operationalize these concepts. I can't just jump into customers or passengers and tell them, fill this survey, or ask them one question, what do you think about quality? No, we need to define. So accordingly, quality, or let's say quality of in-flight service, since we are using the cervical model, if you remember, the 5 dimensions, tangibles, responsiveness, etc., etc., but we felt that airlines is a bit different. It's not like any management field. So we adopted, or let's say those 5 dimensions, we added 2 more components, which are food and entertainment, to better suit the, let's say, goals of the flight. Perceived safety actually was measured by using one single item. It's very common in any quantitative research, especially if you are distributing survey and entering into SPSS, to use one single item to analyze statistically the satisfaction, or let's say the response of customers. All right. Let's understand those numbers. I don't want to actually cause you headache with complicated statistics and so on. So this is part of the analysis that we got. You remember that we added 2 new components, food and entertainment. In addition to the 5 dimensions, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, empathy, tangible, and so on. So I want you to look at the Cronbach alpha, or alpha dependability column. If you can see, they are all 0.9, 0.8, and so on. The rule of thumb to say that, okay, this relationship or the internal consistency among those items close, and yes, they can, we can put them together. The only way to figure it out by using Cronbach alpha or alpha dependability. All right? So it should be between 0.6 and 0.7. Any value between 0.6 and 0.7. If you get higher value than 0.7, like in our case here, so it means yes, those items are closely related as a group. Okay? Okay, now, before studying the relationship between variables, let's see the demographics of our population, or let's say the sample that we selected. 80% of our sample, they are literate. They have university degree or high school diploma. 57% were male customers, surprisingly, and they age between 36 and 45. 49%, they have yearly income between $20,000 and $40,000. Okay. And yes, the majority of customers, they are flying commercially, economic class. And please just remember this, because we needed to explain the results that we are getting. All right. Okay, now the results, which is part of our statistical analysis. I want you just to look at the last column, p-value, or the significance level. Again, since we are using the quantitative approach, or let's say quantitative analysis, and we are testing hypotheses, we want to understand if there is any statistical relationship between service quality and perceived safety and their impact on customer satisfaction. The rule of thumb of p-value or significance level should be less than or equal 0.05 to say yes, there is a relationship. So if you look at the last column, p-value or significance level, food, yes. Food provided to you in the flight affect your satisfaction. This is number one, since the value is less than or let's say equal to 0.05. Entertainment, yes, you are impacted by entertainment tools provided to you in the flight. Reliability also is significant. Now, surprisingly, responsiveness and assurance, they are not significant variables. Meaning, if you remember when I defined responsiveness and assurance, responsiveness, we said the ability of the firm to provide services accurately and effectively. Assurance related to the employees and their ability to build trust and credibility in the mind of customers. Well, the explanation of that is you are flying economy class, and I'm surprised to say this, but customers nowadays come with humble expectations. So you are flying economy class, what you are expecting. You get what you pay for. So their expectations are met. Additionally, especially regarding assurance and why customers are not really interested to build this trust and credibility between themselves and between employees because of AI or artificial intelligence. Now, all these apps that we are using limited actually the social interaction between us as customers and between employees. So really nowadays, the majority don't care actually if I interacted directly with the employees. Now, the remaining dimensions, empathy and tangibles, yes, they are, let's say, the most important elements that will affect your satisfaction. For example, the tangibles. When you enter any place or when you enter the airplane, you look at the cleanliness and the hygiene. This is the first thing, isn't it? So yes, empathy actually one of the most important dimensions that will affect your satisfaction as a customer. Now, for hypothesis number 2, the customer satisfaction is significantly impacted by perceived safety, and we measured it by a single item. Yes, and regardless your purchasing power, regardless if you are rich, poor, and so on, we all are concerned by safety. And again, p-value, how we knew that, according to the p-value. So let me just conclude very quickly our study here. Unlike other studies, we found that customers really are not affected by their relationship with employees, or at least their satisfaction is not affected by how they are treated by the employees with commercial airlines. Unlike other studies, our study, or let's say the results, contradict with many studies who studied this concept. Additionally, until recently, there have been no study that focused on those elements: perceived safety, perceived equality, and their relationship with customer satisfaction with commercial airline, taking into consideration the cervical model. And in this way, we covered one major gap in research from this field. All right. So thank you so much.
Great, thank you. Maybe we are running a bit behind time, but I'll entertain one quick question.
Any questions? Yes, Dr. Hisham.
Yeah, I know that we run out of time, but you mentioned that about you did this work with the people who fly economy class. You mentioned something about any data, for example, related to first class and business class. Was there any difference between the two, or you didn't get this data at all?
No, actually, we didn't include those passengers who are flying business class. It was only with commercial airlines economic class. All right. So maybe later on, actually, it's one part, or let's say one element in the limitation of our study that we can extend to include business class as well, and then we do the comparison or the comparative study.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Doc. Next on the podium, I would like to invite Prof. Roy Castro E. Quadros, who has got more than 25 years of professional experience. Currently, he is a BSc Aviation Management Program Director at ISEC Lisbon and invited professor at Estrel Higher School, Hotel and Tourism. Research interest focuses on air transport, airports, and tourism. He was executive director and member of the board of directors of Group SATA, managing director for Italy and Dispina in Lisbon. BSc, MSc Communication and postgraduate in Marketing and Sales, specialist title in Strategic Management and doctoral students in tourism. He is going to present the topic that is titled Tourism and Aviation Impacts Caused by COVID-19 in Autonomous Region of Madeira, Portugal. Over to you, Doc. Prof.
And before starting, I would like to thank Emirates University for this conference, and of course, to thank the audience. Secondly, thank you for the opportunity to share your work. My name is Rui Quadros, and I've been in the industry for over 35 years. I'm a research professor at Executive Board, and professors in Madeira and Georgia Dance, they are in this study. My study is entitled Tourism Aviation Impacts Caused by COVID-19 in the Madeira region, the Autonomous region of Madeira. So, shall I start with my agenda? It's about the introduction, the methodology, the results, and the conclusions. Before I start, I would like to tell you where is Madeira, is southwest from Lisbon, and it takes about 1 hour and 45 minutes from Lisbon to Funchal. And just starting now my presentation about the topics, the first phase of COVID-19 was in Portugal, was on the 2nd of April on 2020. And three main reasons here to start making a difference that we have an emergency, the mandatory confinement, and closing all the borders. To concerning the Madeira Islands, 67% of overnights. They have dropped, and concerning the passengers, 65% as well. Going and start by our research question, we want to do the transport and the objectives they need to evaluate the effects that the migration has in the tourism during the year of 2020 and to establish correlations between these key indicators, air traffic, total number of guests, number of establishments in operations, accommodation capacity, net occupancy rate, average stay, number of overnight stays, person off, tourism accommodation, and number of guests arriving and RevPAR. So, talking about the methodology, study the authority, interpretive, and quantitative. We have used two statistical techniques, the distance coefficient, and we have carried out two hypothesis tests, Sheffield Look and the T-student test. Going straight forward to the results, from the observation of the graphics, the information, passenger traffic reduced almost 70% in 2020, and for the domestic traffic, it was a drop of 60%. This reduction shows a sharp increase in the average income from the tourist accommodation. And starting by the line chart on the right side and regarding the domestic flights, because the COVID effects in 2020, the traffic dropped sharply in March and April. Between the end of April and June, there is a slight recovery, and then the rise something slowly, which is to the summer in August. From August, it starts to go down again. We have a pattern, which is approximately until October. And once again, in the mouth, the statistic measures may have used the message to determine whether there is a significant difference between the needs of the two characteristics. And by average test in the two students, we found that the average gas level in 2020 were significantly from 2019, for a very strong difference in traffic volume. From the correlation analysis, we have used these indicators, number of gas, accommodation establishment, accommodation capacity, and occupancy rates. Next, we have also strong performance on the air traffic. The number of overnight stays, the number of cigarettes, and staff costs, they strongly depend as well on the number of tourists. At the end of the day, we have to conclude that without it would be a big problem for the net. For the main conclusions and referring to the research question, which depends on air transport, the objectives evaluating the effects and the correlations between the different indicators we conclude the reduction in traffic was evident. The variables we studied over-affected by the traffic increase in air traffic, and also verify that night traffic was less affected than international traffic. Before I finish my intervention, I would like to read two practical notes that our research. First of all, one is that Madeira definitely means an airline that is not dependent on Turkish law. And due to the fact that it is not region, it is excellent to note that the crisis was better managed by Madeira than by the government of the world, just because the number of the domestic was less affected than international. And this is the note that I would like to do as well, because we also says on talks of conference, he said that the political regulators failed to manage the risk and the issue that people fly in an organized way. So I will say that this is very important to manage the risk. And finally, thanks again for the excellent organization and all the support that I have had being here from you. And thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that wonderful presentation. Will you pause for a minute so that we check in the audience if there are any questions? Any questions, colleagues? Right. Seeing that the destination is largely dependent on international traffic, how, in your opinion, do you think that resilience can be built post-COVID-19?
First of all, as I said before, there's big problem. Even these words, they're not in line. They were a really big problem because they depend strictly on efforts. Even the ships, go to the ports, they don't go to the hotels. The consumer is much, it's not so bad. And I believe that everybody is learning how to deal with the crisis. But one thing is true, and we don't know why, but the governments of the region, they did really well manage the risk than the government of the region. So I would say everybody is learning, but they depend a lot on the airline, and they should do their own.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we are going to end it at that. That was brilliant, and thank you. Okay. Right. Colleagues, next on the podium is Dr. Blestrance Lindsay. He was completed a Doctor of Philosophy in the School of Computer Science and Engineering, Velo Institute of Technology, VIT, Master of Technology in Computer Science and Engineering from SRM University, and a Bachelor of Engineering in Computer Science and Engineering from DMI College of Engineering. The doctoral thesis is about dimensionality data reduction and an incremental classification model in big data. Currently, she is working as an assistant professor in the School of Mathematics and Data Science, Emirates Aviation University, Dubai, UAE. She possesses 7 years of experience in both teaching as assistant professor and software engineer. She has 15 publications in national, international journals, conferences, and book chapters. Her research interests include data science, big data analytics, and machine learning. Over to you, Doc.
opportunity to one and all present here. So for today's presentation, the topic of our research will be aviation sentimental analysis and multi-class classification using natural language processing techniques. So if we take this aviation industry, we know aviation industry is a dynamic industry. Each and every day, so many customers are being dealt, right? And in terms of the services provided by aviation industry, there are a lot of things to be considered in terms of the customer support or ultimately in enhancing or increasing the revenue of the aviation industry. So with this in mind, we took the data set from Twitter, which is an important source because ultimately each and every day we say our opinion or we post our opinion whether we are purchasing a product or we are using some service. We try to show our opinion in an online mode. So we chose this data set as a source for us and we try to understand the sentiment of the customers using the airline industry. So for example, we took the US Airlines data set about the sentiments, opinion from different customers with respect to different airlines, and we are trying to perform exploratory data analysis, which is going to help us in enhancing the decision making of the aviation industry in terms of, as I said, increasing the profit of the organization and providing better customer support. That is our ultimate aim. So one thing is the data analysis, and second thing is the classification itself, the prediction of the opinions. Say, for example, in order to identify the future opinion enhance the customer satisfaction, say, for example, to predict the tweets or the incoming customer opinion as normal or neutral or positive or negative. So this is going to greatly help the organization to take better decision in future. So so we know what is sentimental analysis, we know what is prediction now, and we know this tweets is in which format, obviously text, free text, right? So processing some static data and text data is different in real time. So manually looking into the data, and if we try to infer what is there, that is a job of a human being. But how machines are handling that? So there comes the concept of natural language processing, NLP techniques, where the input will be the free text or any human natural language processing data. So using this technique, we are going to understand or extract information from the free text itself. So this will be our objective. So first one will be, as I said, data analysis with the airlines data, so US Airlines data. So we are trying to analyze the data and we are trying to see which airlines are performing better and what were the reasons behind the negative reasons because of what the airlines operation was restricted or because of what the revenue was less, how the operations are being affected as well. And when I say about classification, as of now, various algorithms are being developed. And as of now, with this evolving huge volume of data, a lot of algorithm has to be extended to meet the challenges imposed by this different structured data as well. So for our work, we used 4 different trainers to train the model and to predict the customer sentiments as positive, neutral, or negative. So this will be our aim, and ultimately it is going to help the airline industry to survive in this competitive world. So as I said, our data set consists of 14,641 samples, and the target classes are positive sentiments, negative sentiments, and neutral sentiments. So sentiments here are nothing but the customer opinion itself in natural free text format. And there are 14 features in our data set. And out of those 14 features, the most important features are the airline itself. Say, for example, Virgin America, United Airlines, Southwest Airlines, Delta Airlines, US Airways, or American Airlines itself. And as I said, the target category will be positive, negative, or neutral. And finally, we are going to analyze the opinions in the form of free text itself. So This will be the sample customer opinion. So first one is a positive opinion, sample data, which is an actual data taken for an example. So as we can see, it was amazing and arrived an hour early. You're too good to me. So this is a positive opinion from the customer. And if we see the second opinion, DM sent as requested, make sure you follow back so you can DM me back. Thanks. So this is kind of a neutral sentiment or opinion. And finally, the negative opinion here. See, they're not actually good. Gate agent was so rude. Now standing in a line waiting for re-flight booking problems. Missed the flight only to stay. Awful. So this is a negative comment. So these were the sample data showing the opinion of the customer. So this was the input data, sample data for our analysis. So data pre-processing. So data in the actual format cannot be used directly. The raw format cannot be used directly. Obviously, the the raw data, only when it is processed or transformed to a different format or the expected format, it is going to contribute to the overall performance of our model itself. So the value of the data is really important here. So for our work, obviously, we used Python tools for our analysis. So first step is the cleaning of our free text itself. We use the regular expression model, RE module, and these are the few steps shown here to understand what kind of pre-processing we did. So as we can see, the first step is removing all the special characters in the tweet. Say, for example, we have hashtags, @ some extra special characters will be removed. Remove any single character in the text, any single characters from the beginning of the text, or is there any multiple spaces, make it into single space, and converting all the characters to lowercase, and also few data set maybe in different format, say byte string format. So in that case, we need to remove the B character from your prefix. So in this case, in these ways, we perform pre-processing with the natural text itself. So as I said, we incorporate the natural language processing techniques, NLP techniques, in order to handle the free text, because the task of NLP is to perform like a human being in generating some information or extracting some information from the data itself. So it is kind of pre-processing for us. For that, we use the NLTK toolkit, natural language toolkit for our analysis. So here we have 3 steps. First one is removal of the stop words. So we know what is stop words in English. So like words like the. So there are a few stop words in English which are not contributing to the actual classification of our results. So we might remove that from our processing. And tokenization, each and every text can be converted or split into words or subwords or characters based upon our requirement. And finally, TF-ID vectorizer, it is a processing where we convert our text into a vector matrix format, a numeric vector matrix format, which will be applied for our actual classification. So first step, what is exploratory data analysis? As I said earlier, we are going to analyze the already existing data to infer something out of it, so that it is kind of preparation to know what is already there. And in order to apply some algorithm or to make some inference in the future, we are trying to understand what is already there. So that is the role of exploratory data analysis. So as we can see here in this pie chart, from the data set we chose, there were different airlines. This shows the data distribution for each and every airline. So as we can see, 26% of the data which we chose was with respect to the United Airlines, and 20% for US Airways, 19% for American, 17% for Southwest, 15% for Delta Airlines, and only 3% of the data was for the Virgin America Airlines. So this is just a representation about what the data distribution in our sample data. So this heat map shows with respect to each and individual airlines, what is the distribution. Actually, we are not comparing the data, we are not comparing the airlines here. Say, for example, if you have 100 number of tweets for American Airlines, out of that 100 tweets, we are saying that 71% of the tweets were for the negative sentiment, 17% of the tweet for neutral sentiment, and only 12% was for the American airline sentiment. So this is not a comparison between the airline distribution. This is just the distribution within the airline itself. So this is a stacked bar plot. So here, actually, we are comparing the number of tweets and with respect to the target class, which is nothing but our sentiments among the different airlines. So as we can see here, the United Airlines, they have performed very bad. They got more number of negative feedback comparing other airlines. And if you can see Delta and Southwest Airline, they are like almost equally, there is a balance between the negative and positive. We can't say balance, but still they are performing better comparing the other airlines here. So upon our inference, we came up with this ideal idea, and this graph shows the negative reasons behind why the airlines are performing very bad. So see, for example, see the first highest reason was customer service issue. This was the major complaint. So because of the customer service issue, they faced there was major issues, late flight, and few customers were not disclosing the issue, that is can't tell. And this is the graph showing different scenarios of negative reasons why there was why there was an issue, or why the negative they received customer reviews. So as I said earlier, we done the exploratory data analysis part to understand what is already there. The second part is about modeling. So we chose 4 different algorithms for our approach. So those 4 algorithms are KNN algorithm, so which is nothing but the K nearest neighbor algorithm, where we perform classification based upon the nearest distance matrix, and majority voting we classify the class. Again, it's a supervised learning algorithm. Logistic regression algorithm, it is a popular algorithm to create model effectively by understanding the relationship between the variables. Decision tree algorithm, again supervised learner. The classification categorization is done based upon your entropy and information gain. Entropy, which is nothing but randomness in your data, and information gain, the level of confidence you receive. So the entropy should be less and information should be more. So depending upon this, we have the decision tree algorithm, and finally the random forest classifier, which is an ensemble model where we use number of decision trees to classify our model. So we chose these 4 different algorithms for our modeling, and we divided the sample into training data and test data. So always we do that, and we use 3 different combinations here. First combination is 80-20 ratio, meaning 80% of the data was taken for training, 20% for testing. Likewise, 75% for training, 25% for testing, and finally third scenario, 60% for training and 40% for testing. And based upon our evaluation on applying the algorithms, we received 78% accuracy with KNN logistic regression algorithm, and 75% for random forest, 69 and 67% for KNN and decision trees respectively. So the same thing, it's represented, the results are represented in the table format. As we can see, for the different split up, 80-20 ratio, 75-25 ratio, and 60-40 ratio, the accuracy is given in terms of percentage, and I've highlighted the logistic regression algorithm, which gave better accuracy in terms of the model. And we also we can also see that there is no huge difference in terms of the accuracy itself. Even though we split the data into 3 different combinations, there is no major issue, or there is no major difference in the accuracy also. And the next table shows the confusion matrix for the logistic regression algorithm, which is the better performer here, which we considered for our analysis. Confusion matrix is nothing but error matrix, which shows the performance, how our model is performing. So in this case, we have 3 categories, and the diagonal represents the correctly classified data. So we can see that 1,732 tweets were correctly classified, not tweets, the customer opinions were correctly classified as negative, 304 as neutral, and 272 as positive. So this is the confusion matrix showing the performance of our logistic regression algorithm. So finally, as I said, we performed exploratory data analysis with the airlines Twitter data set to understand, to mine the opinion of the customers itself, to understand what is there already in the data, and when we inferred that the major reason for the issue in the flight will be was customer service, and also we saw what airlines performed well, like Southwest and Delta Airlines performed well comparing the other airlines. And secondly, by applying different trainers, different classifier model, the logistic regression algorithm yielded better accuracy for us with 78%. And finally, for our future work, we are planning to incorporate a context-based classification or a both model classifier to understand more about the sentiments and semantics in our customer opinions. So these are few references we used for our work. Thank you.
That was brilliant talk. Colleagues, I would like to invite you to pose one or two questions. Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I know that maybe my question is beyond the scope of your research. That I understand that you found out that the logistic logarithm is the best amongst them. But my question, which is beyond your research, I think, what do you attribute the customer service negativities almost in a number of presentations that we have seen? Would it be the circumstances of the airport, of the place, the city, the country? Just in your opinion.
Okay. So the reason we chose this, the customer services as the first reason, negative reason is that in the data set which we chose and based upon the stop words and the tokenization we did, we saw the terms, like we were able to infer the terms which was contributing to the fees or operations related to the customer service, not the operation of the flight or any delay metrics or so. So because of that, we try to infer that. Yes.
Good. And what is the remedy of that, for example, in the future? Do you have any idea of how to remedy this, how to try to avoid such issues?
So as I said, maybe this will be an input to the organization, obviously the aviation industry. We can create an automated system so to analyze what is there already. So for the future, in future, we can try to use the historical data to make better decisions for the upcoming future.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and talk, thank you very much. That was wonderful. I think we learned a lot. I think we are just on queue for lunch. Have a splendid one. Thank you.
in weather that feels a little bit like Melbourne rather than Dubai, which I'm from. First of all, in today's session, we will have a presentation by Dr. Matteo on management of change, challenges in managing change. Dr. Matteo is the Vice President of Safety and Quality for Flynas and NestJet. He's based in Saudi Arabia. Dr. Matteo, to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is a privilege to be here with you today in this amazing conference, and congratulations to all the organizers for this very successful 2 days conference. And is the fourth one, and we're looking forward in the years ahead to expand this very informative forum. I will be spending the next few minutes sharing a paper which we co-authored with my wife Sophia, which is an associate professor at Prince Sultan University at Riyadh at the moment. And as you know, I am from the industry. I will be telling you my own experience, what we have faced in the last 3 years, managing the unmanageable. We have faced so many challenges in the last 3 years, in particularly following the COVID-19 pandemic. You all know that the industry is a very complex industry, and we had a very successful year in 2019 in comparison to safety standards and at the same time in respect to profitability and growth. In 2020, we started the year with some significant geopolitical issues. We had the Ukrainian 737 shutdown out of Iran, and we have the beginning of some economical weaknesses worldwide, called for some possible recession, which they will be impacting the aviation industry. And at the same time, we have the 737 MAX grounding. For any one of you who hasn't yet run into the congressional website to download the congressional hearing and outcomes of the 737 MAX investigation, I advise you to do it, because there are so many significant outcomes from that congressional hearing, which they are profoundly impacting the aviation industry. Anyone knows why 9th October 2022 is a significant day in aviation? Anyone? Why 9th of October is a day to remember? It is the day which the prosecuting authorities in France has initiated, finally, after almost 13 years, criminal proceeding against Airbus and against Air France as organizations for the 447 Air France accident over the Atlantic on the 1st of June of 2009. Safety risk management regarding the pitot tubes of that A330 accident, they are coming now into the court in France. How Thalys, how Airbus, how Air France, they manage the known technical problem of the pitot tubes, which unfortunately, during that night, it ended up to an unreliable airspeed. The crew misunderstood the indications as a stall warning and another speed warning, and then they stalled the aircraft. They crashed in 3 minutes and 33 seconds from flight level 330. On 11th of March, the World Health Organization declared the pandemic with colossal impact to the aviation industry. Fear was prevailing. Fear of the unknown, and immediately the aviation industry, it had to go into a safe mode of operation. on all levels. We had to cope with the pandemic initiation at the strategic, corporate, financial, and operational level. Organizational survival became the top priority. What were the outcomes? Ceasing of operations. In flying us, we ceased operation on the 23rd of March following GAGA directive. Unheard of in the aviation industry. We had limitations of operations before due to other pandemics. We had the cease of operations due to the volcano eruption in 2009. Even following the September 11 events, we have never reached a point where airlines, they have to stop operations incomplete. The September 11 cease of operations, it lasted for 4 days in the United States. We ceased operations for 73 days in Saudi Arabia, and we were lucky to start operations on the 31st of March because we had a very big domestic operation. But as you know, many other airlines, they had to cease operations maybe for a year, 18 months, and we still have aeroplanes parked, as we have seen from yesterday's presentation. And at the same time, we had a huge number of layoffs and initiation of the industry's restructuring. We were completely unprepared, despite the fact that we had the SARS, the Middle East syndrome in 2004, an industry which we are supposed to be proactive and predictive in our risk management. We found ourselves completely unprepared for a possible pandemic, even though Bill Gates was calling for a possible global pandemic since 2017. Fear of the unknown, media pressures resulted, as I stated before, in an unprecedented closure and impact to the aviation. And for the first time, organizations, management teams had to address such a complex, highly evolving, hazardous period. Why it was hazardous? We wanted cash. CEOs, they wanted cash. So we had to initiate repatriation flights during the COVID pandemic. I did the first repatriation flight of Flying Us on 11th of April from Riyadh to Trabzon, and I was not clear in my mind as to whether what we were doing and whatever mitigating controls and protections we have put in place, they were the correct ones. We were work by our own. At that time, there were no ICAO, no EASA safety risk assessments. They came back, those assessments, in May and June 2020 in order to provide some guidelines. And the question arose at that time, was the traditional management of change safety risk assessment, which we were implementing at the time, adequate to address such a complex environment? Did we have enough information to identify the hazards which we were supposed to address and risk assess and mitigate? Unfortunately, no. After the repatriation flights, there was a need to carry medical equipment. So we started, preparing and developing a management of change safety risk assessment for carrying cargo on board a fully passenger cabin. It was unprecedented. And it was one of the most complex safety risk assessments we have all ever done in our lives. And maybe a risky one as well. Following that, we couldn't have access to the simulators. We couldn't train our crews. We couldn't train our cabin crews. So how do we maintain the license validations? ICAO provided guidance, EASA provided guidance, and it said, based on the organization's safety risk assessment process, they should establish assessment processes in order to evaluate flight crew and ensure that they are competent to continue operate without the 6-month simulator assessment. Wow. Wow. As a chairman, I had to conduct now, for the first time in my life, online assessment of a captain and a first officer as to whether they were able to perform a single engine takeoff, a single engine ILS, a missed approach, and an engine failure, and the complex emergency procedures which we practice every 6 months. The same with the cabin crew. Unprecedented times. Unprecedented times. And guess what? On our first flight, after we resume operation, on the first flight, when we had the aircraft in park and storage, we had a rejected takeoff. Why? Because the engineers, they didn't clear the pitot tube properly. After application of takeoff power, they resulted in unreliable airspeed, and they had to reject the takeoff. Airbus, it came in October 2020 and published guidance to all operators how to return the aircraft back to service after parking and storage, because in those 5 months, 6 months, we have 51 rejected takeoffs on the Airbus aircrafts alone, just for this reason. We are carrying the management of change risk assessment process, but how many hazards could identify? And how do you ensure that during those tremendous time of change, you can ensure that all the risk could be mitigated? A new approach. It was very evident that a new approach is needed. We need a new approach to manage those challenging times. And what are the new main elements required for the effective implementation of management of change process when everything is changing? Everything is changing constantly, even now. As we go through a developing cycle as an aviation industry, normally we have to go through a transformational change when we are impacted by financial crisis, geopolitical issues, and even changes due to competition or change of the industry itself. Sometimes we have to go through unplanned changes, which they occur suddenly, surprisingly, and there are imposed ones due to external factors. And then we have sometimes to go through remedial changes, which there are urgent need actions because we have internal problems, financial issues, which we need to take immediate action to save the organization. But in the COVID-19 case, we have to go through transformational, unplanned, and remedial changes all at once. That has never happened before in the aviation industry. Never before. This is a mind shift moment for the safety management system. Until the 2020, we had a good safety management system, but we need to rethink how we manage safety and in the after COVID era. I'm not criticizing, but yesterday, in the initial presentations in the keynote, it struck me to the fact that we are always concentrating on the financial impacts of the COVID. We need to start thinking about the impact of COVID on safety. We will see the impact on safety in the years and months ahead. We will see as to whether the way which we manage, and we are still managing the impact of the COVID, all those operational challenges and economical pressures. Everybody talks about lack of manpower, inadequate training. We will see them and see how will be the results on safety. I want to talk about a concept which I heard and I learned about in the last few months, couple of years, change management. This is a CEO level management, it's not in my level. It is a process for application of structured processes and set of tools for leading the people's side of change to achieve a desired outcome. It took me a long time to understand this. The goal is to help people and those impacted by the change to make a successful transition to engage, adopt, and use a change in the new operational environment. Organizations are not the same. We changed completely after the COVID. New structures, new processes have been implemented, and those changes now, that we need to see how they are impacting safety and how they are impacting the operation of the airlines and the aviation industry in general. Now, all those changes, which they are sometimes they are coming from the strategic, financial, and if I say commercial side of the airlines and the aviation organizations. They need now to be reviewed and connected to the traditional management of change safety risk assessment. Organizations say we need to streamline our operations, we need to increase productivity, we need to review manpower requirements. Yes, it's okay. We need to achieve profitability. You ask for manpower, and they say, okay, we need to review your processes and see as to whether your current processes are adequate and as to whether we can minimize the manpower requirements. But do we really risk assess their decision-making process? Does anybody goes into the boardroom or into those strategic decision-making processes and say, look, your decisions, the outcomes, the strategies, they might directly impacting in one way or another the safety of the operation? We have started now fully expanding our safety review board members to include now the strategy, HR, finance, IT, because we want to tell them, you need to see the impact and the standards of the safety through the safety review board meetings and make sure that we are all aligned. We are one organization, we are not two organizations. Sometimes now I feel, and I hear a lot about it, that we are becoming two organizations. It is the organization of finance, strategy, commercial, and then it is the operations. We need to align them. And this is my message from this academic paper with Sophia. All the results, all the data analysis, they indicate now that we need a realignment of the current operational safety management process to align and include decision-making processes at senior management level and even at the boardroom. And this is what we recommend from this academic paper. The time has come to see that the current management of change safety risk assessment, it's inadequate after the COVID-19, and we need to engage into a more robust safety management system, including the high-level decision-making processes in order to manage the current major risks. Tremendous pressure to profitability, to return to profitability, cost-cutting measures, increasing utilization of aircrafts, major shortages of manpower, and training capabilities are the current concerns which we are facing in the industry right now. So we call upon ICAO, IASA, aviation regulators and organizations to review the current state of the industry, and we need an immediate regulatory update. We need to learn for the last 3 years, and we need to read the industry, how it's developing and how it is operating right now, immediately after the COVID-19 pandemic. We need action now. Organizations must constantly examine their process and performance strategies to better understand what changes needed to be made and link those changes to the enhanced management of change safety risk assessment process throughout the organization. I conclude stating that there is a need for this change management at the senior management level to be linked to the enhanced safety risk assessment process. Constant change must be accepted now as the new reality in the aviation industry, and any resistance to the change will impact safety and operational standards. Organizations that fail to link the change management process to an enhanced management of change safety risk assessment process throughout the organization, they have to understand they are doing it in their own risk. Thank you very much for listening to me. Any questions?
Good afternoon. My question is, before I start my question, I would like to know, is Flynas doing their maintenance and training in-house or outsourcing them?
Regarding maintenance?
And training for cabin crew and pilots.
We are doing in-house cabin crew for the theoretical part, and we are doing the practical at Bahrain, and we do pilot training in-house and simulator training in Bahrain as well.
Okay, and what about maintenance?
The maintenance is in-house as well.
In-house. So, but don't you think, like, since you're talking about safety risk, when you're doing your simulator training outsourcing, like you said, Bahrain, don't you think you're losing little bit of quality there, because since you don't know what is happening to your pilot, or you cannot like keep a good track of your pilot? So don't you think like as an organization, you're already losing a little bit of safety there itself, because you don't know what the pilots are doing or how they're getting trained?
Excellent question. Look, as you said, during this period, we had to employ, totally new safety medical controls. So let's say, for example, when we had to evaluate flight crew performance after the complete inability to perform the simulator trainings. What tool did we have to use? We had to use the flight data monitoring tool, okay, and increase observation flights. So we separated the pilots, and that was an unprecedented study which we have done. I think maybe we were one of the very few organizations which we have done it worldwide. We separated the pilots which they were actually current in their simulator training, and those which we authorized based on the new ICAO and GAGA process to operate. So we evaluated for about 3 months their performance, right? And we found something which it was acceptable. We found about 5 to 7% increase in the FDN events for those pilots which they were under the ICAO and GAGA authorization from the ordinary pilots. We considered that the 5 to 7%, it was not a high risk, and we were calling and evaluating those pilots, saying to them, look, when you fly, you had this event, please be very careful again. And at the same time, for those pilots, we have performed, I think, more than 125 observations on pilots which they were under that license authorization. Immediately, at around October 2020, we managed to get back to the simulators in Jeddah, in Prince Sultan Aviation, and they were the first ones, even though we had the authorization until the 31st of December, which all of us we worked day and night to make sure that all those pilots, they have been requalified. I think from October to November 10, we had all those pilots which we were on the extended authorization requalified back into the simulators. So data analysis, safety reporting, we have done something else. We have spoke to all of our operational staff. We were conducting daily safety awareness seminars to cabin crew, to engineers, to pilots, addressing the issues and the hazards to our operation, and trying, most importantly, to maintain our commitment to our safety culture, the commitment to safety of operation, and listening to them. It was so important during the time to listen to your operational staff. And there were so many rumors, pay cuts, layoffs, there were so many rumors. The biggest hazard which we had, I believe, in the COVID pandemic, it was WhatsApp. It was the rumors. Blah, 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 blah. Every day, oh, something, this is happening, the company is going to do that. How do you control this misinformation? Misinformation, it became a safety concern during the time, because it was eroding whatever the management was doing. They're going to cut 40%. They're going to lay, 150 pilots. All the expatriates, they will leave the company. It was unprecedented to try to get them motivated, to get them, to operate during those conditions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
I share the same concern that you do, Dr. Andrea. And I think that right now, after the COVID-19, finances are becoming the major problem for airlines and for aviation operators to attack. As you know, safety is becoming a second or a third level. And with your experience in management, how do you think that we can all cooperate to make safety as a value, and that we can teach all these operators to keep the balance between safety and the recovery of the finances that are coming with the COVID-19?
Thank you, Aisha. It is a privilege to have a question from one of my students in the master's program. And you're asking a very difficult question. If you go into the ICAO 9859 Safety Management Manual, there is a diagram which is outlining the safety as a road. And a road with a center line, like the runway. Sometimes there are times where safety, it goes to a very high level, and we are on the one side of the curve, and sometimes some organizations, they choose to go to the very low bare minimum of safety. I don't support that, I don't advocate either of the two. We have to go in the center. Especially at these critical moments, safety, and that's what I said, organizations which they choose to go and put profitability as the number one priority, I request from their management to ask to review the Boeing accident and the Boeing impact on the 737 MAX. Any CEO, from now, I think it should be mandatory when an accountable manager and CEO is accepted by the authority, he should have questions on the 737 MAX congressional hearing. Safety must be now the number one priority, especially during these challenging times. The organizations which we're going to have a safety event now, I believe they are going to have very difficult in maintaining their reputation, their legitimacy, and the ability to operate in the new era. After the 737 MAX, people, they know and they understand. Organizations must do what it takes now to maintain the current safety standards. And if those standards are, they are not maintained, as I said in my presentation, we will see an increase of serious incidents and accidents and deterioration of safety standards. In our organization now, we are in the time where, after the COVID, we have to cope with expansion. We added 700 cabin crew. It's almost 100% of the cabin crew number which we had in January 2022. We have added more than 15 aircrafts during the last 10 months, more than 20 destinations. And I'm very pleased to say that my accountable manager and the CEO, they did whatever it takes to maintain the standards. And the moments which we have our own issues, And no organization is better. If we have to cancel and minimize operation, we do so. And we had a chance, and we had a time in May where we will become very optimistic, and we added more capacity than what we were able to cope with. We learned a very big lesson out of it. We have learned a very big lesson out of it as well. So safety, it has to be maintained as a number one priority, and we should mean it, not just be a statement in our safety policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Andrea. This was our last session for our conference. I would like to ask Professor Zindoga, please, he's the conference director, here to give his closing speech.
Thank you, Sharon, and thank you, everyone. In Africa, somewhere in Africa, there is a saying or a proverb. It says, everything that flies will eventually land. So growing up, thinking about this saying, I was like, I think generations before me were aviators. Apparently, when the elders would explain to you the meaning of that proverb, it does mean that everything comes to an end. I'm glad to say IMEC 2022 took off to the skies yesterday in the morning, and we have safely landed. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Emirates Aviation University, it gives me great pleasure to give closing remarks to the 4th International Aviation Management Conference. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge fellow colleagues and members of the organizing committee for all the hard work and for making sure the conference runs smoothly. I believe many good experiences have been shared and good lessons learned through the presentations and interactions at this conference. The theme for this year's conference was tailored to focus on COVID-19 pandemic, which is regarded as one of the most severe challenges in the history of aviation. We are appreciative of global efforts to fight COVID-19 pandemic. Although we cannot say that the pandemic has ended, the lifting of COVID-19 restrictions in many countries is a good sign that the pandemic is retreating and we are moving towards a normal way of life. Several other topics that have been discussed during the conference include sustainable aviation, airline management, and technological advances, among others. I hope that you found these topics interesting. This conference continues to be a unique forum to discuss areas of mutual interest between academics and aviation industry delegates who bring a wealth of expertise as well as a wide range of interesting topics. In the 2 days, we had many interesting and useful presentations which shared recent findings, experiences, and lessons learned during the pandemic. I have no doubt that this conference will make a real difference in enhancing the recovery of the aviation industry. Whilst we recognize that COVID-19 pandemic created challenges for the industry, the opening of many aviation markets has triggered optimism on the prospects of the industry. However, there is growing need for closer collaboration of different sectors of the industry to establish an innovative and robust international operating model to withstand future pandemics and challenges. Recent findings and experiences presented at this forum could make a good starting point in finding ways to establish a solid operational framework for different sectors of the aviation industry. I hope that you also enjoyed networking opportunities throughout the conference and will take advantage of these networks to advance research in aviation management and solve challenges facing the industry. Finally, I would like to thank all participants for your gracious and invaluable contributions. Additionally, I would like to convey my gratitude to our principal partner, Dubai Civil Aviation Authority, and our strategic partners, Dubai Police and General Civil Aviation Authority, and the Emirates Group. To our sponsors, Dubai Duty Free, esteemed keynote speakers, and the organizing and technical committees, thank you for making this event possible. Since EMIC is a biannual event, we look forward to seeing you again in 2024, when we shall reconvene to discuss other topical issues affecting the aviation industry. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you again for your participation and wishing you all a safe journey home. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Zendolga. Thank you for everyone for participating with us in the International Aviation Management Conference, and we hope to see you again all in a couple of years. And let's go enjoy the beautiful rainy weather in Dubai. First rain. Thank you.